everybody, and welcome to DAL League Qualifiers. Today we have quite a few matches today, and we're going to be doing best of ones. So it's going to be a little different from the usual best of threes, but hey, best of ones nonetheless. I am TreeBear4P, joined here today by Vulgar. Vulgar, how are we doing today?
Hello, I'm doing great. I'm excited to see some great matches. As you said, these are the qualifiers, so this is the competition to see who gets to get into the DAL proper. So we'll have some teams, maybe some newcomers, maybe some old guardians of the league. We'll have to see, and we'll have to see how these teams perform.
Exactly, yeah. And as you can see on the title, we have 14 teams. But only 8 spots. Uh, so we, so we definitely have quite a few competitors out there today, and we'll have some nice qualifier games for you coming up very soon. Um, so other than that, we have a new person on production today, actually. So it's Hans's sister. So we have some. We're gonna have some. We're gonna have a great time. We're gonna have a great time, right? It's gonna be fun nonetheless.
Absolutely. And yeah, so like you said, there's many more teams that are in the qualifiers than are actually going to be able to be in the game or in the league itself. So we're going to have to see almost half these teams that we're going to see uh, fighting for the qualifier spot actually make it into the league itself. So there's going to be a lot of heartbreak, but this way we'll get to see the very best of the best once the league starts.
Exactly. Um, so for sure, we're gonna have, like I said before, I think 3 best of ones. So it's gonna be a little different. What kind of vibes do best of ones give off compared to best of threes? What are you looking for in a best of one?
Well, so for a best of one, your stratting and your counter stratting is a lot less important than in a best of three. Obviously, you're still going to be wanting to, create strats against your team if they know who they are. If they have no tape at all, you're just going to be going in blind. But with a best of three, you're able to kind of get a feel for them on the first map, and then on the second and third, if it goes that far, then you can start to develop more strats. But in a best of one, it's um, a lot less, uh, like I said, stratting and counter stratting, and more not necessarily just raw gun skill, but kind of your strats that you've kind of set up beforehand instead of creating your new strats on the fly. So it's a little bit less tactical, maybe, but it's going to be potentially more. Not necessarily more fun, but more engaging and more fast paced, maybe.
Yeah, and I personally like best of ones a lot. I think they bring a lot to the table. It definitely shows who can bring it out in one game. You know, it's all for nothing, and if you don't play your best, you definitely don't get a good game. You're gonna lose it. So best of ones, it's a little tricky, and I agree with you on it's
Yeah,
gonna be
the thing
chaos. So
the thing with the best of ones as well is that each individual round matters so much more because in a
yeah,
best of three, each round is what? Let me do some quick maths. One of maybe 24 rounds you play, while in a best of one, it's one of maximum 12 rounds you play. So it's a lot more impactful. Each kill, each death, each mistake that a player makes is a lot more of a big deal in a best of one than it is in a best of three. So in that regard, best of ones can be a lot more punishing to play than a best of three, even though best of threes obviously are longer and you require a lot of stamina. It is a still it takes a very good player to be good at best of ones in a different way than it takes to be good at best of threes, in my opinion.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Standout players almost seem to stand out a lot more, especially if it's a good map for them. You know, it definitely boosts their morale for sure. But even speaking of maps, like there's a lot that you can ban out too. Since it's only a best of one, you have a total of 3 bans. So yeah, you have quite a small map pool that you can adjust to. So I like where this is going. Hopefully, people are going to be even more prepared with than a best of three. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully we get to see some top-notch maps coming through. Uh, you know, we like all the maps here, but there's some in particular that certain teams like more than others. What kind of maps are you expecting maybe tonight?
Well, considering it's the first round of qualifiers, so I'm expecting a little bit more default, like picks and bans. So I'm guessing that we might see some Clubhouse, maybe some Cafe Dostoevsky, um, maybe I don't know, Oregon, maybe like maps that
Yeah,
it's not necessarily uh, easy to play, but all the strats are kind of pre-prepared and stuff. So like unless a team really likes say Villa or uh, what's another map I'm blanking.
yeah, like theme park or
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, those maps, the theme park and Villa specifically require a lot of foresight in how you're going to be playing it, and a lot of counter stratting is not required, but is encouraged, we'll say, for the teams that are playing them. So we might not see them, although obviously I could be entirely wrong and we could see 3 maps of theme park, but
yeah,
we don't know, and we won't know until we actually get there. So we'll
yeah,
just have to see.
that would be something else. 3 theme park maps in one night. That would be that would be
That
something
would be
interesting to
something.
see. But
Yeah.
hopefully we get a little bit of assortment. It's well, we can't really discuss operators and such until we know the map per se. But if we can't talk about the future, let's talk about the past. So, what did you personally think of the last season of AL DAL? That's what I'm trying to say. My words come out very wrong. English is my first language, and I have trouble with it sometimes. But what
So
did you think of last season in particular?
yeah, so last season was great. We had a lot of really good teams coming in, and obviously we want to be, it's not, it's not T1, but it is very, very high skill levels and very high coordination between the teams. It's just that, they haven't had the chance to, they haven't had the breakout yet. But we do get to see like some very high level play, and I believe that in this season as well, we'll see some very high level play, if not higher than even last season. So I'm excited to see what these teams can do, and I'm looking forward to all the matches we have tonight and beyond.
Yeah, as every season comes, that grows stronger, right? So hopefully we get more and more teams that are high quality, high tier skill level, and yeah, that's always a good advantage. Um, so yeah, I think the playoffs were pretty good representation of what we probably could get um, for this league, but always there's always underdogs. Qualifiers are very exciting, no matter what kind of qualifiers, and they're always kind of they're always competitive. People want to get into the league, so they're going to play their hardest. Obviously, I mean that's the point of a qualifier. But yeah, so we're just generating the bracket now. Still got a little bit of time on our hands. So we let's talk specifically about the maps that we were talking about earlier. Clubhouse. I think you mentioned Oregon. Cafe Dostoevsky. We've seen them quite a lot. Um, so what is your take on let's just say Clubhouse? What's your take on Clubhouse?
So Clubhouse is in a very similar spot to Border was to this. Sorry, I'll restart. Clubhouse is in a very similar spot to the spot that Border was in before it was taken out of the map pool. And the thing is, it's played out. Like every strat pretty much has been explored. Every avenue of attack and defense has been done, and it comes down to just who is able to execute those strats better, who is more coordinated, and who can click on heads better. The fact is, it is a little not boring, but it is played out. So I am hoping to see some kind of maps that we don't see so often, like Clubhouse, like or not, sorry, like theme park, or
Yeah.
like yeah, stuff like that, or like Villa, where there's a lot more that hasn't been done yet, and there's more room to kind of put your own spin on your defense or your attack.
Yeah, that's very true. And it's always kind of that thing that, yeah, it's probably gone off. The strats are all good for it, and then SSG pulls something out of the hat, and all of a sudden, defender sided map becomes more defender sided. It's just stuff like that, and I think that's kind of what makes Clubhouse interesting too. Is that there's always stuff that people find. There's new angles, new stuff, even though it's been torn to bits, and really, really come through as a significant map that everybody knows. There's still always something that somebody finds. So that's the exciting part of Siege as well. So yeah, I think Clubhouse is probably going to be one of the ones we see tonight. Another one personally that I think we'll probably see is Cafe Dostoevsky. So what are you thinking about Cafe? What's kind of the vibes going through for Cafe?
So Cafe was out of the map pool for a while, and then it got reworked. Obviously, now it's back in. And personally, in my personal opinion, it's probably my favorite map in the pool, both
Yeah,
to play on and to watch. It's just a joy because unlike in Clubhouse, where every single like I mean, obviously there's some room for innovation in Clubhouse even, but for the most part, most strats and most attacks and most defenses have been done, and we know what works, we know what doesn't work. It's very difficult to find new stuff to do. But on Cafe Dostoevsky, there are still. It's not that there aren't strats set in place that most teams go through, but the execution and the spin that they'll put on it for themselves is I love to see them, and it's just such an interesting map to me because you've got the top floor, which is has like this massive hole in the spoof of it that attackers can peek through or defenders can peek through, and then there's all the hatches, and then there's also the first floor, which is a bunker essentially. It's very difficult to get in, but once the attackers do get in, it's basically game over. And there's so many breachable walls, so much room for maneuverability, and then both the second floor
yeah, yeah,
sites, while train and not train, but mining and dining doesn't get played much. Mining or dining and reading, I think, is an extremely interesting site as well because of the fact that there's that massive like hallway between the two sites, and it
yeah.
still sees a lot of play, and it's super interesting to see. And so I'm excited if we get to Cafe Dostoevsky.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a good one to see. We actually saw it yesterday in the one of the NAL games. So it's very popular map nonetheless, and I highly expect that to see as well. So we now have our first match. It is going to be against Pew Pew Squad and Imperia Army. That is a little hard to say, so I might have butchered it. If I did, I apologize. Either way, Pew Pew Squad and Imperia Army. Do we know anything about this? Do you have an opinion on them?
Well, I haven't. I don't think I've seen either of these teams before. That's not to say that they haven't played in this league before. I've only just recently, come into it myself. But I do think that it is going to be an interesting match because, I mean, based on the logos and the names of the team themselves, I feel like Imperia Army is going to be a little bit more tactical in their gameplay, and Pew Pew Squad is going to be a little bit more, how would you say, pew pew
Rank
in their gameplay.
rank-esque, yeah. Maybe a little pew pew action. We'll have to see. It could be completely opposite. We have no clue. But we are starting to get into map bans here, and the first one going down for Pew Pew is Consulate. So Consulate will be out. Uh, Understandable. Consulate has been kind of out of favor. It's a relatively good map for some people. I think it's kind of a niche one. So I think that makes sense. What do you take on that?
Yeah, personally, like Cafe is my favorite map. Consulate is probably my least favorite map to both play and watch. That's not to say I don't like seeing matches on it. I just feel like we've seen it a lot, and unlike in Clubhouse, it is very frag heavy, which means that
Yeah,
it often comes down to just runouts from defenders or spawn peaks or whatever, what have you. And it's just not a lot of tactical gameplay going on. And there's also only really two, maybe like two and a half viable sites. But the second map we'll be
Yeah,
going out
yeah,
is Villa. So that's Imperial Army bending that out. So that is essentially the opposite of Consulate, whereas Consulate is, I believe, the smallest map on the rotation. Villa is largest or second to largest after theme park. So very
yeah.
different
It's
bands
it's
coming out.
huge. Yeah, it's very huge and a lot of room for maneuvering uh, and all that kind of stuff, all that roaming presence that you can get downstairs. So yeah, Villa is definitely I would say kind of a strat heavy map, right? It's like you said, opposite of Consulate, not very. It can be frag heavy. We shouldn't say it's not frag heavy, but it's been known to be more strat. And yeah, I think Villa is another one that people like to take the boot to sometimes. So understandable. Yeah, let's just get into Villa. What do you think of Villa as we're passing the time here?
Yeah, so Villa, like I said, it's very strat heavy, or it can also like there are often in players that perform extremely well in Villa, but overall it is strat heavy. But in the meantime, we have had Cafe Dostoevsky and Theme Park also banned. So those are two maps that are not very similar, but kind of. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know. So Imperia has both banned the two biggest maps, whereas Pew Pew Squad have banned the smallest map and then good medium sized map. So
yeah,
this tells me that Pew Pew Squad is actually seems to be more strat heavy, but that could also obviously be wrong. So I don't know.
yeah. And the ones that we see open, right, are Clubhouse, Coastline, Oregon. Those are some popular maps. I'd say people like those ones quite a lot. So either way, it's going to be an exciting match no matter which map we get. I think all of these maps are viable in every sense. We got the tried and true Clubhouse, right? We got the Fragger heavy coastline, and Oregon is its own breed. It's something else, I gotta say. It's very entertaining to watch, though. I like Oregon, so we'll have to see what kind of bands we get here, as we only have two left, one on each side, and yeah, it's just kind of waiting for these bands to come through. As like we said, Clubhouse, Coastline, Oregon are the last three. If you had to take a gander, just a 1 in 3 guess, what would you have to say right now?
Um, I mean, statistically, it's going to be Clubhouse,
Yeah,
but I would like
that's
to see either Oregon or Coastline as well. All three maps can be very interesting, and all three maps often are very interesting. So I'm excited regardless of what map we end up playing or
yeah.
watching, I suppose. But yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I would like to see some coastline. It's always nice to watch a coastline game. It's a lot of gun skill and not a lot of strats, but it's pleasing to the eyes. But the first one we will see, other than coastline, is Clubhouse actually. So Vulgar, your pick was wrong this time. We
I
have
suppose it was.
we have Clubhouse, and then my pick was wrong as well. So we're gonna go to Oregon for our first map of the day. Now that we know Oregon as our map, what kind of operator bands are you looking for as we go into Oregon?
So Oregon has quite a bit of hard destruction, so I would not be surprised to see maybe an Ace ban or a Havana ban, or if not, barring that, most likely a Thatcher ban. Thatcher's usually a safe bet to be banned just because of how versatile his utility is. I mean, he can help open walls, he can help clear utility, even though he was nerfed recently with the fact that he no longer destroys most of, like any gadgets and he only disables them temporarily. But that's still, and for a coordinated team like the ones that we're going to be seeing, that's still more than enough time to get onto site, either shoot the utility or get past it before it turns back on. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see the attacker bands. Defender bands I expect to be a lot more standard. I would not be surprised to see a Mira ban
Yeah,
or something like that.
yeah, I definitely think I think those are pretty viable options. I think that the defenders are always pretty rigid. You always see the same bands. We have been seeing a lot of Wamai lately, so that could be a pick that we can see. Um, yeah, I've been seeing actually a lot of Maverick play the last couple days on Oregon, so we might even see some Maverick bands if we're feeling saucy. Never really know. It could be something completely different. But either way, Oregon's gonna be a fun map. We don't quite know what we're looking at yet, but yeah, we'll get into it when we get into it. So
Yeah,
hopefully,
the thing with
yeah,
Maverick is that he's so versatile because he can
mhm,
open hatches if he needs to. He can open entire walls if he needs to. He can act as a thatcher if he needs to. Like, and he has frags. He's a 3 speed. His gun has an angled grip. He's extremely powerful in the right hands, and a lot of people kind of sleep on him or don't know how to use him properly. But in the hands of like a very experienced Maverick main or a very experienced Maverick player, he is extremely deadly. So yeah, I would not be surprised at all to see a Maverick ban. It would not, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But obviously, we'll have to see once we actually get in there.
yeah, for sure. Uh, like we said before, defense could be rigid, but we've always seen some kooky plays in bands here at DAL, so it could be completely different. We don't we're just making bets here, so it's still in the works here. Like we said, we have the map. We're just loading people into games, so we're gonna waste a little bit more time here, and we'll just kind of see what kind of comps are you looking for on the side of for Oregon.
So for attackers, I would expect the team composition to be something like probably Sophia, maybe an Ash as well. Definitely one hard breach or another, at least either Thermite or Ace or Habata. If Thatcher or Maverick isn't banned, one of them. And then potentially Capital, although I don't think he's seen as much play as he did in the past, although he can still be very strong. Um, and maybe a Nomad or something, or a Gridlock if the other team seems to be playing very aggressively, but we'll have to see. In terms of defense, it's going to be most likely, depending on bans, of course, Smoke, Wamai, Jaeger, Mira if she's not banned. Again, like Wamai if he's not banned. Um, and then maybe a Maestro or some other anchor operator, Valkyrie for intel. Just, I mean, obviously there's some room to wiggle and like switch your operator lineup a little bit, but for the most part, on Oregon at least, your team composition is kind of rigid because of how what specifically needs to be done in order to progress on the map as a whole.
Yeah, for sure, and I think those are pretty valid operators for sure, and we've seen them quite a lot in either way. What kind of tertiary bomb site are you looking for? Because obviously, basement and upstairs are played the most, but it's kind of a debate between meeting and dining. So what kind of tertiary you look for in a team? Like what's the differences? Do you think?
So obviously, yeah, outside, like you said, outside of the basement and the top floor, there are two options to go for your third site if you win the first two. You can either go meeting and kitchen or kitchen and dining. So kitchen dining is definitely the more played site, the more popular site, but you can definitely see some pocket strats come out for kitchen meeting if the teams are willing to take that risk. I mean, both sites are viable, less viable than the two primary sites, but still definitely able to be won by the defense. It just depends on your positioning and your team play. So I think that meeting and dining or meeting kitchen, I should say, have definitely more teamwork involved. So we might see that. Or if teams just want to fall back on the old reliable, we will be seeing more of the dining side of the map.
Yeah, it almost seems like people like the dining side because there's a lot of hard floor above them, right? There's some soft floor, but it's kind of it's got that hard floor above dining, and sometimes people just like to take advantage of that. Also, you can roam a lot downstairs, upstairs, wherever you want to go. So yeah, I think either one is a viable option, and I guess it's just a matter of preference for these teams. Still loading them into the map. We have one player missing at the moment. Once we get that player in, we're going to be starting as soon as possible. So, uh, like we said, Oregon is the map to come up. We have Imperia, if I'm saying that right, and Pew Pew Squad. So we have no clue who these guys really are. We haven't really watched them play much, so this is going to be kind of a new experience for both of us. We don't have any knowledge on these guys, so it's going to be interesting to see what kind of plays we can see between them. Hopefully, it's high level, right? So, um, we'll see. We're still waiting a little bit, and yeah, I think we are about ready to go as soon as the players are. Uh, so try to get
Yeah,
into operator bands as soon as possible.
yeah, we're just making sure all the players are ready, and we will be going as soon as that happens.
Yeah, it's always we're just trying to milk out the last couple seconds here. We're close to it, but it might be another 5 minutes. Um, just let's keep going into Oregon if we can. So let's see, what else can we talk about it? Let's see.
Well,
Uh,
Oregon is kind of unique in that there is technically a third floor in addition to the basement in the T3. So that is a spot that you can play as a defender. It's very dangerous, but if you can hold on to it properly, then you can deny. Basically, if you're playing on the top floor, that is, bedroom and or I should say, kids and dorms. You can deny that attic push from the attackers, which is very popular.
yeah,
And there are the windows you have to worry about, but like it is not easy, but it is possible to hold it for like the majority of a round. And so we might see some beautiful T3 play. I'd love to see beautiful T3 play,
yeah,
um, but we'll have to see. And then in terms of the basement, you also see that bunker play from the defense, which I love to see
right.
as well. Often with a smoke and a shield, and then some Jaeger ADSs or my discs. And I, if held properly, then like that essentially denies the attackers from getting into the basement itself, unless they go from another position which is a lot less powerful than the blue take.
Yeah, bunker is definitely a force to be reckoned with when you are thinking about downstairs. That's a site that I think is a little overpowered as you can't really do much about top control, right? It's pretty much just push horizontally. You can't really go vertically at all, but people still find a way to win it. So we'll have to think. We'll have to see what kind of linkage these teams have. Is they obviously have some strats coming into this. It could just be basic ones, but hey, sometimes basic ones gets you the wins. Uh, yeah. So
I
what
mean,
kind
the
of
reason there's a reason that they're
yeah,
called default strats is because they work.
yeah, exactly. They work for a reason. It's pretty helpful. I'd say. Hopefully, these guys have prepared for Oregon, since obviously they banned out everything else. They were probably hoping for this one at least, but yeah, Oregon, woohoo! We man, we've talked about operators,
Yeah.
we've talked about sites, we've talked. Uh, I'm, I'm lost for words here. I don't know much to say.
Yeah, sorry about this, everybody. It's just we're just waiting on somebody to figure out their Moss, which is the anti-cheat that we use in addition to obviously Battle Eye. So yeah, we're just waiting on that from one of the players, and we'll start the match as soon as humanly possible. Just bear
Yeah,
with us for a little bit longer. Um, we're very close, but just still a little bit. to go until we actually start the map, and then the operator bans. But yeah, so and it does appear that we're finally ready. So we should be getting into the match very soon, in a matter of seconds. And here we go.
Yeah, and the good luck, have fun are flying around in chat, and hopefully we can get this underway properly this time. As just about 6:30 Eastern time, so we will have our first one debuting right now. Oregon, here we go.
Yeah, so we're now loading into the game, into the operator ban phase. So Pew Pew Squad starts on defense. Imperia starts on attack. So the Pew Pew will be going first in terms of bans for their attackers.
Yeah, and like we said before, we gave our predictions for operators on attack and defense, and so yeah, we'll see how correct we are for all you folks watching. Who do you think we have going for the win in this one? If you think Imperia, type Imperia. If we think Pew Pew Squad, type in Pew Pew. We'll see. Uh, Obviously, Pew Pew, like we said, banned first, and there you go. There's the Thatcher ban, like you said. And right after that, what did we say else? Maverick. So
Yeah.
I think we were pretty good on our predictions there. Thatcher and a Maverick off the board. No big surprise there, I'd say.
Well, the thing I am a little bit surprised about is having both Thatcher and Maverick bans. That is kind of concerning for the attack, I think, because this way, the only real way to be that they're going to be able to open up some of the walls, especially on basement where there's no soft floor, soft ceiling above or below, is the Cali, which maybe one of them are really good at. We love to see some really good Cali play. The Kide band coming out as well is going to help deal with wall denial a little bit by taking one of the main operators that are used for, wall denial and hash denial. And then the mirror band is also very default, so no surprises there.
Yeah, Mira is definitely pretty strong still in the basement site. Even before the rework, she was very strong down in most sites on this map. So yeah, Mirror Ban makes sense. A lot of people don't like playing against her, and Cade, like you said, is going to make it easier on the walls. So right off the bat, we're going to actually see Habana and Ace coming out on the side of Imperia, along with Zofia, Ash, and Nomads. These are pretty good, I'd say. I think your predictions were pretty good right off the bat. So yeah, I think we may have a alt skin here. I don't know if that's gonna be. Yeah, I don't know if this is gonna be. If this is gonna be a reset already, I'm gonna lose it. But it is what it is. Mistakes happen. Um, I think they're gonna allow us one warning. So I think we're gonna continue with the round anyway. So they start out up top for Pew Pew Squad. They brought the bandit, so that's yeah, I'd say that's pretty necessary, especially for this site.
Yeah, Bennett and Mute, very strong operators on this site, to deny the walls, of which there are two who like walls that absolutely want to stay and keep closed as long as possible, along with the other attic walls, which are still important, the trophy walls, that is. We will see
Yeah,
this
for sure.
backward shields coming out. That might give a better angle than if it was facing forward. But it doesn't appear that Imperia are actually going to be taking attic. They're going to be taking, for the most part at least, into first floor. As I say that, though, Zenit and the Ash of Pwned is going to be pushing into the tower.
Yeah, we see
Not
kind of
Ash.
yeah, we kind of see a split push, as you will, coming through from Imperia with this bandit creeping very closely into kitchen. Could get a pick if they are not careful on the peak on the side of Imperia. There is quite a few people there, and he's going to sneak right by a drone too. This is pretty huge for Banana if he can accomplish anything here. He's got a couple people over here. I don't think they have any clue that they're there. He's just gonna hold back for a second as the wall is open, and Zofia sneaks into the wall. There's just they must have information at this point, and he does see them. He's gonna take a couple shots, ring a couple balls, but all that is gonna happen is a little bit of damage off Sophia. That could have been a very big play on the side of Banana, but I think he's gonna back off for now. It's put that C4 down. I don't know if it's in the right position, but
Yeah,
it's not gonna
unfortunately,
matter.
oh yeah, he's dead. And then MTK with another kill. Nayu with a refrag onto Optify, getting refragged himself by the Sophia. Now that is very, very strong in favor of the attack of Imperia. Smoke dead, Mute dead, Bandit dead, although he disconnected it to turn off his elite skin. So just it is now a 2 versus 2 as Bubble World gets down Axe. And
Oh
an
my.
MTK with a nice 2 kills onto the last 2 players. Excellent lineup and shots.
Yeah, that was unfortunate on side of Pew Pew as they just lined up perfectly for that Nomad, and that was an easy 2K on the side uh, for that Nomad. I can't remember who that was, but that was a pretty good play indeed. So that's something. That was something else. That was quite a lineup. Uh, so we'll go to second round uh, with them actually rotating sites. They're actually gonna not go upstairs this time, and they're actually gonna go for a laundry pick. So
And unfortunately, Banana gets random picked to the dock, which he also has the lead on. Um, but he does actually 6 pick. So that is now in favor of Imperia because they know that that dog has to 6 pick. So they know that there's not a dock, and they know that he will likely be some form of wall now like last time, which is the Bandit. Instead of trying that upstairs again, which they could because they did lose, they will be going to the basement, which in my personal experience tends to be just that little bit stronger than top floor. There's a lot less avenues for the attackers to come from. There's little to no. I don't think there's any actually soft floor or soft ceiling above the sites themselves, or even the basement in general. There's just those 3
yeah,
hatches which are being reinforced as we speak.
yeah, pretty much it's just the hatches that need to get taken care of if you're gonna go from the top at all. And something else about this is there are so many angles that you can get. Like it's kind of ridiculous how many angles you can find on this bottom site. There's a lot that can go through. This freezer area that Atlas is in. You got all of the ones that go through. Blue and into pillar and stuff like that. It's kind of a maze of angles. Um, we'll have to see where Imperia are going to go as we actually have a disconnect again from Bubkey, and yeah, I think it's a little rough on the side
Yeah,
of Pew Pew at this point. Uh,
yeah. We might
and
see another or a rehost. I'm not sure. It did look like the Havana was also lagging, so it might be the servers. We'll have to see what the call is. There's some drones coming in for freezer stairs. So Churn's, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Churn?
we'll
I'll
go with
call him
Churn. How
Churn.
about that? Yeah.
Yeah, Churn. Churn is going to be trying to hold on to that as long as possible. He's got that vector, extremely high fire rate. If he hits ahead, it's the opponent's done for. But it does have relatively low damage if you're just hitting bodies. Now the hatch of Freezer's getting open, so he's going to have to fall back. And this does look to be good for Imperia. Although Atlas does get the first kill into Zenit. That is only equalizing, though, because of the disconnect we saw earlier. So while Imperia hasn't gotten a kill yet on this round, they are still technically even.
Yeah, very true. And that's a pretty big pick on the side of Atlas. He didn't lose a lot of health. He's still above half HP, but that's a pretty big pick to boost the morale on the side of Pew Pew as Imperia actually get away with a kill as Atlas just runs across as Hibana was getting that. But there's going to be another refrag and there's back to a 3v3. And as I say that, another one gets taken out for Pew Pew, and it's down to 2v2 as there's just a numerous amount of trades coming on. Turns trying to get another pick, just peeking ever so slightly. But it seems like Imperia almost have most of this site covered. Banana getting a kill, but an immediate refag back by PWE, and actually Churn gets No, sorry, Banana with the last kill of the game or of the round, and it's gonna be a round for Pew Pew.
Yeah, those are some. That was a very fast round, especially considering that we're playing on basement. It does appear that we might be having a rehost rather than a pause. But we'll have to see if. Okay, good. So, oh no, it's a rehost apparently, as everybody on Pew Pew is leaving, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's never what you like to see in a game like this, but we'll have to see what we can do in the meantime as we're trying to get stuff figured out here. Um, yeah, we'll see what goes on. We still have Nayu in the server, so hopefully we can get people back as soon as we can. Um, like we said, 1-1, and that last round was quick. There was not a lot of time to see action as there was just pick after pick after pick after pick, and it was they were pretty consecutive, and there was still a lot of time on the board as well.
Yeah, as soon as as soon as we called out, as soon as you would call out the a kill, that person would die.
Yeah,
And yeah, we saw Optify playing some really nice angles onto the laundry site, and it just Pew Pew just kept peeking it. You saw Nayu on the smoke just like kind of peek out. I think he was trying to throw a smoke canister without destroying it on the electrified the wall. He just kind of peeked out a little bit too far and um, just died. But
yeah,
ultimately, Pew Pew did end up winning the round off the back of Banana and it was the Mira, I think, but somebody. Um,
Mira's band.
I Mira's band. The Goyo then the Goyo. I was looking at the
Go, yeah,
gun and I thought Mira, but yeah, the Goyo. And yeah, so it was some really good play, but some also questionable decisions coming out from some of the players on Pew Pew.
yeah,
Hopefully
for
they can
sure.
kind
It
of
was.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I was gonna say hopefully they can kind of tighten up their play a little bit in order to um, not have to be have their players be put in those refrag situations and just be able to play off of each other's gunfights and winning rather than them losing their fights and then having to refrag.
Yeah, that was came down to a 1v1 in the end too. Uh, Luckily, Banana for Pew Pew was able to pull it out. But yeah, it was pretty difficult to see what really was happening there, as people were just dying left and right. I believe there was still quite a bit of time on the clock, so we'll have to see what kind of round that actually turned out to be, because this has taken a while here. We're trying to get stuff figured out, folks. It's not the it's not the most simple thing in the world with these rehosts. So we'll have to see what kind of decision we can make. We're hoping not to go to break, but we'll keep discussing maybe that first round instead, because that was kind of got kind of got sidetracked as the second one was going by so quick. So that first round, uh, going in the way of Imperia on the top floor. What did you think happened there?
So I think that Banana, the bandit, had a very nice flank. Although he missed. The thing is, he missed his shots onto the Sophia, and that ultimately, I think, started the ball rolling on them losing the round itself. Um, we saw some missed shots, I think, from Pew Pew. Just ironic given their name. But ultimately, I think that
Yeah,
once the walls got opened and then the attackers of Imperia were able to just kind of push into sight without really being contested too much or enough, um, was just over for them. And then MTK on the Nomad having that beautiful shot onto both the last two players alive just kind of cemented the fact that obviously Imperial would win. Um, and it
yeah,
Yeah, so like it was very, very well executed from Iberia, and then there was also some missed shots and missed opportunities as well from Pew Pew, specifically Banana on the Bandit. He missed the C4. He threw it onto a hard surface on the ceiling rather
yeah.
than like through the floorboards, which I think is what he was trying to do. And yeah, so if they go up there again, I do think that they definitely could potentially take it. but we'll just have to see. And it does appear we might have a 4v5 potentially for Pew Pew, as one of their players seems to have crashed, and you can't sub in a player, mid map. So we'll have to see what
Yeah, it's
happens there.
yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We're still deciding what's going on between the teams, but in the meantime, like you said, yeah, that bandit had that good flank, right? He got past that drone. He had everything, everything pretty much set up, and in the end, he just couldn't get the C4, the timing, the shots, and that could have changed the round, honestly. But it looks like we are gonna have to, unfortunately, go to a 4v5 on the side of Pew Pew. So they can't sub because they already started the match with the person. I don't think he's gonna be able to get back into it. And yeah, so unfortunately, it looks to be like we're gonna have to do a 4v5. It's not what you like to see. But at least they're playing, and hopefully we can get this game underway. It's taken a while to get everybody back in. We paused the game at the moment, so we're still we're still on the third round technically. We still have everything set. It should just be a matter of invitations, but it's
It
taken
does
a
actually
while.
appear that they might be, forfeiting the game
Uh,
potentially. I don't know.
that would be unfortunate, especially since we got a couple rounds in, and it's just been it's been a mess already. We had a couple people who have had to quit because of elite skins and stuff. So yeah, it's just not what you like to see. Uh, it sucks. Yeah, it sucks, especially if you're trying to qualify for a league like this. So
Yeah, no, it does. It does. I think we are going to try for a rehost, and I think we'll be getting a 4v5. So Pew Pew will be playing with four players instead of their normal five, which is unfortunate. But crazier things have happened. They could still win. It's definitely possible. It's just going to be a much harder fight for them. And considering that they did win that second round on basement, they didn't end up actually winning it. It was a 4v5 for them because their player left before they died. So it was a 4v5 from the time that the action actually started.
that's true. Yeah. So they could pull it out for sure, but it's a definite disadvantage, right? I mean, having five people is, I mean, that's just numbers right there, right? That's just four is not as good as five sometimes. So especially in siege, this is gonna be interesting. I don't know how this is gonna play out. I don't think I've really seen a 4v5 in this context. Um, I'll have to see what kind of how that's going to affect strats, right? They still have all of their reinforcements and stuff, but they literally don't have one set of barbed wire or claymores on attack, just stuff like that. It's gonna be a definite disadvantage. So I don't know what do you think is gonna happen? Are they gonna be able to pull it out, or is it just gonna be a
Well,
done deal already?
I mean, I won't say that it's a done deal because it's never a done deal in Siege. It's always possible. However, it is going to be much, much harder for Pew Pew now, considering, yeah, like you said, they're going to be down a C4, down barbed wire, down a shield, down a primary gadget like bandit batteries or
Yeah.
uh, lesion mines, anything. Anything helps. And the fact that they're not going to have it is extremely unfortunate, although sometimes it can't be helped. So we'll have to see if QP was able to win it. Their chances aren't looking great. However, they're not quite as dire as I think a 4v5 would normally imply because each individual player on Pew Pew, I think, has great gun skills. So if they can win their ones, they're going to need um, just like slightly more kills per round than if they were on a like per player. And I do think that it's possible, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, this is this is definitely a turn of events for Pew Pew. As this isn't what you like to see at all. But like we said before, they're just gonna have to deal with it at this point. It's out of their hands, and we're just gonna have to play the game as much as they can. I don't know how this is gonna work. It's gonna be interesting. That's all I gotta say. Is it's gonna be an interesting game, especially since Imperia have taken an attacking round, which is pretty important to note, especially on Oregon. We tend to see Oregon be defender sided, right? So if they can take some more attacking rounds, it could be over pretty soon. But yeah, it's I don't know. This is all I gotta say is good luck to them because this is not a fun situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's just such an unfortunate circumstance as well. I mean, it's the first qualifier of the first match of the evening, first qualifier, or not first qualifier for the league, but it's the qualifier for the weekend. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's very unfortunate, but we do appear to be getting into game with a 4v5, and yeah, we are ready. So we'll be getting back into game very shortly, just making sure everything's set up, and it will probably most likely be going to the second floor as a 4v5 for Pew Pew.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like we said, they won their bottom, so their top floor is still open for them. We'll have to see what kind of strat they're going to implement now that they only have 4 people, right? It's going to be definitely interesting. I don't know how it's going to work. I mean, usually when you write a strat, it's with 5 people, right? It's going to be interesting. So I don't quite know what. Oh, okay. I think we have another rehost. One of the teams was, or we have different colors for teams. So I think that's what that was. Uh,
I think they started on the wrong side. Unfortunately, I mean, it's just there's so many things to
uh,
check when you're making a custom game and you're starting it. It's just so difficult to make it make it correctly. It's just unfortunate, and unfortunately, there's also the fact that you can only make a custom lobby once every 5 minutes. So we will be waiting for one additional minute in order to make it. So it'll take a little bit longer than planned, but we'll be talking to you until then. Now, yeah. So the fact I can't stress enough how much of a disadvantage having a 4v5 is, and if Pew Pew does end up winning this, I do expect them to make it into the league proper itself. No questions, not no questions asked, but I do expect them to be able to win very easily. So we're just remaking the lobby now, getting the players in, and we'll be ready to go very shortly.
Yeah, it seems like we've said that a couple times now, but hopefully this is the last time. Hopefully we have no more rehosts. Hopefully this is the last time we have any disconnects. Let's just cross our fingers and you know how it goes, Siege fans. So hopefully it works well. Hopefully we can have a good match now, as much as a good match as we can. Right, 45 is how much can we stress it enough? It's rough. It's rough. So. We all suffer sometimes. It's fine. We will get through this, chat. We'll all get through this eventually. Now, like we said, Oregon. We're assuming they go back upstairs. So, what kind of adjustments would you do if you only had 4 people? Like, let's just theoretically say that you had a team. Let's say you have 4 people against 5. What adjustments do you have to make on this site?
So for top four specifically, you definitely want at least one player in attic. You probably want somebody playing kids as well to watch, white stairs and the window and the big window. So that's gonna be a big job. Um, you might have 3 people on site and one roamer. That could probably work. Um, and you're just gonna have to play a lot more conservatively, especially on defense because the attackers still have to come to you. And if you can hold your angles properly, if you can, bait out the utility that the attackers have and not get killed by it and not get like incapacitated by it, then I do think that you have a chance on defense more than attack to just take it. Um, on the side of Imperia, I do expect to see a lot more aggression and a lot more loose play, considering that they're playing in a perpetual 5 versus 4, so they can afford to lose one extra player per round. that they couldn't have before. Um, that could work out into their favor, but that could also work out into Pew favor. And if Imperia do end up getting overly aggressive, I do think that that helps Pew squad potentially play better and potentially win.
Yeah, Imperia just need to make sure that their confidence doesn't go too high, right? Obviously, it's a good advantage for Imperia, but you can't get too over dramatic, can't go all out because something's gonna happen, right? So either way, like we said, Pew Pew is pretty much handed a red card at this point, like you see in soccer. So and even in soccer, that's 11v11. If you take one away, that's a massive disadvantage. So 5v5, take away one. That might even be more of a disadvantage, I'd say. Either way, we're gonna get into the map finally, and we will have pretty much the same operators we saw the first round. Um, Obviously, there's one missing, but Churn is gonna pull out the Maestro and Nayu with the smoke. Banana still on the Bandit and Mute or Atlas. We will see a six pick coming through from Churn onto a Jaeger. So this is the comp that they're gonna bring is Jaeger Bandit Mute Smoke. I'd say that's pretty good. You got a couple C4s, you got Denial, and so we'll have to see what kind of uh, situational placements they put all this in. This is just so weird to cast because 4v5 you don't see it every day, right? It's
Yeah,
not.
this is
It's just
definitely uncharted territory for me at least.
for sure, yeah. So
Yeah,
we'll have to
so
see.
so the thing with QQ as well is that they're going to be wanting to play people with like operators with like more utility and more gun power. So like they basically want to be taking the best operators they possibly can. So I would be surprised if we see this exact lineup coming out like for the rest of the map, on their for the rest of the half, I suppose. Just because these players are playing what is comfortable to them and what they're like they feel good on, and so they're going to be trying to just frag out as much as possible, use as much utility as possible, and just win their gunfights where they can, and use their utility properly.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what kind of approach we get from Imperia as well, because this is different. We'll have to see if they go for any like roamers again as well, because this could be a situation where you just have four people on site. But as I say that, Banana is just going to be roaming around dining and kitchen again. He did get spotted out on a drone, so his position is known this time. But it's not taking Imperia very long, as I think tower side is going to be taken pretty easily on the side of Imperial. There is a mute jammer holding them, so that's pretty much the only thing. Ash taking a very aggressive approach, already pretty much past Armory, but decides otherwise. This is pretty much the same kind of push that we saw before, um, but it looks like Ash is going to be the roam clear at this point, with Banana hiding in kitchen in a little sneaky little rat corner. So we'll have to see, can he get a pick, and that'll be kind of crucial if he can get a pick. That's for sure.
Yeah, I do think the Ash is trying to get the mute jammer from below, and it does look like it was successful, and the wall is now open. Smoke, now you playing very, very precarious angle here with that SMG-11. It is a beautiful weapon in the right hand, but it is still very hard to control, even for the best of players at long ranges, which he is currently engaging in. The big window as well is being contested, although it does appear that the Nomad has fallen off. Churn coming into Attic to help the Smoke. Smoke does get stunned out by the Sophia, but he's still playing. He's using his smoke canisters. He's got two left. He's used one already.
And as he pushes into that little half wall, he's kind of stuck there now, as all of the angles should be covered by Imperia if he tries to cross again. And there it is. There's a pick from the Zofia, and she gets a lot of damage on the Atlas of the Mute as well. There is not a lot of health on the board for PPO. As another one goes down, that's the Bandit of Banana. And it's just a roll on the side of Imperia right now. It's a 2v4 on the side of Pew Pew, and it's just going to be two quick kills. Imperia take a flawless round. And wow, that was some quick kills at the end there.
Yeah, the way Imperial played that round, I don't think having a fifth player would have really helped PP there. Imperial just played beautifully. They got what they needed opened, and then they took the fights as they came, not getting overly aggressive. You saw the Ash kind of run up and then fall back just to so that they don't overextend and to keep the man advantage that they had and to push it into a bigger advantage as the round went on. Now we'll be seeing top floor yet again coming up from Pew Pew. They can't go back downstairs because they won it 2 round or yeah, this will be the last round. They have to go upstairs and then they go back downstairs where they did end up winning in a 4v5. And we'll have to see if they can take this because if I'm Pew Pew, this is a crucial round. If you don't win this round, it's going to be extremely difficult to come back from. Um, you want to be going into attack at the very least in a 3-3 situation, because I do think the attack will be even harder for Pew Pew in a 4v5 than this defensive side.
Yeah, and something that we see coming out from Pew Pew is that they've changed out their lineup just a tiny little bit. They have Legion and Malusi this time, so that gives them a little bit more utility, I think, and a little bit more firepower. They don't have, SMGs and a shotgun anymore, so it's going to be interesting to see where we go. Now you're actually going to go all the way down to the basement area, seeing maybe might be going for the roam this time. Banana might be staying on site, but we'll have to see what kind of how this round plays out in the future. Imperial look to be taking about the same route as well as you see the Ash and the Ace going their same ways again, and pretty much everybody else on the other side of the map taking tower, just like before. So not much changing on Imperia's side. Let's see how Pew Pew can adjust to this.
Yeah, I do think the biggest thing to note here is that there is no smoke on the side of Pew Pew. They've instead favored to take the Malusi, who has a lot more um, area denial. Not more air denial, but more um, slowing down ability of the attack in a more sustained fashion, and also a much better weapon to take gunfights with. And I think that is a good idea. As I say that, Banana coming in the first kill onto Axe. The wall is open, but he does get the kill through the hole onto the Ace. So that is one of the 2 hard reaches down. Actually, yeah, one of the 2 hard reaches down for Imperia. Now it is level man count, level HP. The only thing is that Imperia has slightly more utility than the other team because of the fact that they didn't manage to get those pre-placed stuff. Optify, though, refragging onto Churn, and Nayu creeping up the stairs. They'll be trying to get a pick here, but the C4 does make him turn around, make Zenit turn around.
Yeah, that was lucky on the side of Zenit. He is down to probably about 5 HP, and that C4 was about inches away from his booty. So that was not in the slightest uh, not in the slightest bit lucky, right? He only needed a lot of luck for that. We see a fight between the Ash and the Malusi, and Malusi is actually going to get a pick, but there's also going to be quite a few picks on the top side. It's going to even out to a 2v2 with only 50 seconds left in the round. The defenders are stuck in dorms and bunks right now, but Nayu's going to be holding the rotate. Zenit will be holding a long angle into the dorms room, but Atlas actually going to get a double kill, and that brings it to Zenit with very, very low health. He's going to be peeking around into attic, trying to get into the rotate of either kids or dorms, but he's actually going to get Atlas with a headshot. This is going to be a tough fight, and he doesn't secure it as Nayu actually holding that ankle before will secure the round for Pew Pew. So it's back to even round count. That's pretty good for Pew Pew. I mean, they won their set that they lost twice already. So uh, that's a pretty good. You got to be feeling pretty good if you're Pew Pew.
Yeah, that is exactly what I think that Pew Pew needed to do. You abandon their, the stress that they had before, and just go with gun power, go with firepower. Just take your kills and take your fights and win them, and then you just win the round. That did come to a 1v1, although I do think that Nayu was basically assured the win in that situation because Zenit was pushing into a room. He had no info, and he was at 5 health.
Attackers need
or
to
less.
locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, it could have been less. It was very close. It was just a tiny little sliver on the end of his health bar there. Uh, like we said before, it looks like we have basement open again, and that's exactly where Pew Pew is going to go. They did win this their first time around going to the site, so it seems to be... Oh, there's an adjustment actually on the side of Pew Pew, and they're going to fully reinforce. The freezer side. Um, And I think that's a pretty good adjustment, especially with the 4v5.
10 seconds
And it
remaining.
looks to be, yes, a full reinforcement on the side of bunker as well.
5
I
seconds
will
left
give
before
Imperia
insertion.
all of bunker, but like we said, they still have the bandit batteries to take care of, so that's going to be
Attackers must
pretty
locate
difficult
and
to get
defuse
rid
a
of.
bomb.
We'll have to see what kind of stuff Imperia goes for now,
Attackers have dropped the bomb
considering
diffuser.
the bandit
Attackers
batteries and
recover the
everything else.
Yeah, the fact that they're in a 4v5 means that Pew Pew doesn't want to extend site any more than they already have to. Um, Reinforcing bunker, reinforcing freezer, that's going to let them kind of fall back into site a lot more safely and a lot more reliably than if they were to try to hold on to the site or onto like site like areas that are beyond the actual confines of the site itself. I do like this. It does allow them to play a lot safer in sight and not overextend so much. So you do have Churn still playing Freezer. He's going to be watching that Zed, but he does fall back eventually. The attack of Imperia does
Bomb
actually have
located by
control of bunker, but it doesn't do as much as it would normally because it's fully reinforced. MTK using this nomad charges to stop Nayu from flanking them, although it is still possible to shoot those air jabs without getting shot by them, like launched.
Yeah, we'll have to see what kind of presence he has, especially since it looks like part of the bunker wall will be opened, not in directly into sight, um, pretty much just for the connector part. Nana's in a pretty tough position here too. He will get droned out, and his position is going to be a very... Okay, he's still going to be alive, but Atlas actually getting a pick for his teammate. Nana playing a tough angle right now, but it seems to be paying off for his team at the moment. He's still holding it, and oh, the timing coming from Imperia was not what you like to see. Nayu will get another pick, and there's just a flurry of kills once again. We've been just seeing so many refrags this time, and Nayu's going to have to hurry back to site. It's a 2v3 on the side of the attackers. A Thermite and an Ash left, and they have wall open. Pillars and I think that's bunker control for the side of the attackers. Axe is going to be slowly peeking in, almost gets his head ripped off by Atlas. He's going to try to push in as much as he can. Will get Atlas, but he's taking a lot of damage. He's about 75 health at this point. There's still somebody upstairs as well, and Nayu will get the pick onto the Ash. It is just down to Axe with 75 HP. He actually gets the first kill on a Churn, which was in Freezer. He's going to have to go for the plant. Well, he has plenty of time, but he's actually just going to stick this plant. I don't think Nayu actually knows where this is going down, and the plant will be successful. It's just down to a 1v1, and he actually gets the angle. Axe coming through on a 1v2 situation. Great gameplay on the side of the Thermite.
Yeah, that's some beautiful game sense from him. He knew that Nayu was going to be coming down those stairs. Nayu had no info on site, and that's partially because of the fact that they can't really, PPU can't really afford to bring those intel operators because they have to have the wall denial, this like movement slowing of Legion, of the Melusi, of Goyo. They do feel that taking those operators that are going to slow down the attackers a little bit is more beneficial than having the intel. Although it did bite them in the butt there. It is worth noting that the plank went down with still 40 seconds left. So the attack of Imperia had lots and lots of time to play with, but they did kind of rush in a little bit faster than I think they needed to. And before they had fully taken the areas that they had to in order to secure victory for themselves. Although obviously, Axe, beautiful play on that Thermite, able to secure the round. Although it was very close, and I do think that Pew Pew definitely has a chance to bring this to a even split on the half.
Yeah, it was a pretty big round for Axe, especially since it was a 1v2 situation, right? He was able to get that clutch for Imperia, and it could have been a completely different game if they would have gotten at least one more round, because that would have put them, 3-2 on the side up, and that would have just been kind of like a regular game. We'll have to see what kind of adjustments Pew Pew do as they're going to the exact same site. It looks like Nayu is still going to be
Attackers recovered the bomb
roaming
diffuser.
upstairs, kitchen dining area. And we'll have to see what kind of push they bring this time. There's actually Jackal being brought out on the side of Aud? Wed?
Who knows, man?
We'll go with Qued, I guess, as he's gonna ditch the Ash for the Jackal this time. And Nayu's all the way up on third floor, or second floor, I should say, in dorms. There's a lot of footprints going around, but he's not tracking him just yet. Smartly playing them out, actually just following the footsteps at this point.
Attackers
Won't
located
leave
the
a
bomb.
tracer, actually. And he will scan eventually and see that she's actually just kind of roaming on the top floor. So it looks like presence will be known. Lucy actually going to take a C4 down, does no damage to anybody, and she'll just back away. Banana actually got in a fight earlier, and he lost about half HP. So that's not good if you're on the side of Pew Pew. That's not what you like to see that early in the round as well. He's still alive, though, so his presence will be known, and he's playing that same dangerous spot. The drone, I'm sure, saw him. If he didn't, that would be surprising. But now you're actually going to get the first pick, and that evens the man count once again. And yeah, that's not what you like to see, especially since that was Abana, one of your hard breachers. Banana's going to take an aggressive peek and lose his life for it. That's unfortunate because there was a lot of angles going for him, but that is going to leave down to a 3-4 for the defense. Atlas is just getting flashbang spammed at this point, but nothing happens of it at the moment. Going to actually go for the impact and get himself a rotate and get a beautiful pick on a Zenit. There was another kill on the side of the defense, so it will be a 2v3 on the side of the defense. And Plant looks like it's going to be going down. Churn can't do much, no C4s or impacts on Jaeger, and Atlas will be watching Washing Machine. So he's in a 1v3 situation as the Jaeger went down. He will get a nice kill. Atlas coming around, trying to find the diffuser. Diffuser's been planted, though. He's got 40 seconds left to see if he can find 2 kills and the diffuser. Now, they push all the way back to bunker. This could be into his favor, but it's going to be difficult if he doesn't know anything, because it looks like actually an air jab's going to go off, and he's going to get finished off right away. Axe actually getting the kill again, and smartly played by Imperial once again.
Yeah, Axe playing well again with that thermite, and they will be going. Imperial will be going up 4-2 in the split. So that is what we kind of expected, given it's a 4v5. But honestly, Pew Pew did do a lot better than I kind of expected, and now they're going to be on the attacking side, which is going to be very difficult for them. They're bringing out many fragging operators. You know, got that Ash, that Twitch, 2 of the best guns in the game, along with Ace with the AK-12. 3 of the probably best guns in the game. Although Optify accidentally takes the Tachanka while it is not allowed yet because of his recent rework, newly switching over to the Bandit.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not ready yet. I'm sure people would like to see the Lord in action, but they cannot see it yet, as Optify, like you said, takes Bandit. And on the side of the attack, like you said, we got a lot of fragging ops. We got the Twitch, we got the Ash, we got an Ace. The only one that's not so frag heavy has been Churn. But we saw what Axe could do with him, so maybe Churn's thinking, hey, I can do the same exact thing.
Yeah, well, also worth noting that the Ash is going to be, I mean, the Twitch as well, I suppose, but the Ash is going to be the primary method of clearing Bandit batteries, probably, because that Twitch drone is really easy to shoot or to mute gem or whatever, but the Ash can just go below, get rid of Bandit batteries from below, so we'll probably see Banana doing that, if they even go for any hard breach at all, which I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of just go for a rush at this point, because that might be their best shot. We'll have to see. You have MTK playing in the basement stairs, on the freezer stairs, that is, hoping to catch PUPU off guard, which they might do because they are actually down 2 drones than they would normally have in this situation, considering it is, again, a 4v5. Twitch coming in
It's
on
true,
the
but
armory.
one thing I was going to say before I rudely interrupted you was they do still have all of their drones up. At this point, they're still pretty good on their drone economy, but like you said, -2 is not good. But what is good for Pew Pew is now you getting the first pick on the Zenit with like 12:15 left or 2:15 left on the clock. That's a pretty early pick, and that looks like that could be Armory control if they want it. So big pick on the side of Pew Pew, and that evens the count once again. This is something we're going to be saying a lot: is evening the count, because you can't get more important than that. We'll see Ace hop into tower and try to work away at the attic wall. They also will bring Churn in, but those bandit batteries will be a menace if they cannot take him away.
Yeah, and the Nayu just on the upside down repel consistently. It's so strong, so difficult to deal with as a defender, especially when you don't have a magnified scope like Jaeger or like Womai right now. This Nayu does appear to be trying to get huge jammers and bandit batteries. He is getting jammed quite heavily, but he isn't completely useless yet. Does get off the drone and starts pushing into sight, or not into sight, into bedroom. Qued is watching the floorboards for the Ash. MTK though is downstairs. Doesn't get a kill yet, but he is on the hunt.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage from Banana playing that Ash. We'll have to see. He doesn't actually know that Banana was in that position, and MTK will fall. That's pretty good on the side of Pew Pew as it brings it to a 4v3 for the attackers. This is going to be an interesting execute on the site. We're going to have to see what kind of angles they play, as Axe is going to be holding white stairs with a shotgun, and Qued will actually get a kill with the Wamai onto Nayu. So they're actually going to even the man count once again, and that's pretty big if you're Imperia, because it started to look like you were losing it at first, but they brought it back in the end with Qued, and he took a lot of damage for it, but in the end he got the kill. So that's pretty good to have. Atlas getting a lot of damage as well, but Bananas can actually take Qued out from Armory. So it looks like Plant will start. Banana actually being taken down by Axe. Very good gunplay by Axe lately, and he will get taken down. Plant actually getting put down and is off the fight. Technical 1v2. If he can pick up Axe, this would be pretty big. And it looks like he will, so this is pretty good. Back to a 2v2 for okay, back to a 2v1 on the side of...
Oh, beautiful shot from Max.
Yeah, I'm saying 2v1s and 1v1s, but it's technically now a 1v1. That's going to do a lot of damage, but Churn will get the kill in the end. So actually Pew Pew getting an attacking side round with a 4v5. So that's, yeah, that's pretty good.
That was very beautiful play coming up from Pew Pew. It does appear that maybe the Ash was using the wrong skin, but we don't know.
Everybody's saying that there is a wrong skin on the side of the Ash. Obviously, the other team is denying it. We'll have to see. Since Banana is running the same operator, we'll be able to see it as well. I don't know if this has been a crazy opening to these qualifiers already, and I don't know what to say other than, why don't you have your skins already default? Like it's just make it easy on everybody, please. You don't need this. If you're in the next couple qualifier matches, just reset your skins. It makes it easier for everybody, and it gets over faster. So.
Yeah, the less time we have to spend rehosting, the sooner that you are able to play in your qualifier match. So just, yeah, if you're listening to this and you are in one of the next qualifiers, just launch Siege and set all your skins to default or Pro League skins, because those are actually allowed as well. So just, yeah, reset your skins. It please makes life easier for everybody. But we'll see Ash right now, I think.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, either way, it looks like the round's going to be played out anyway, so it's not like it matters a whole bunch at this point. Banana's still going to be playing on the Ash. Looks like they might be trying to go for a little master play this time. We'll have to see what that does. Actually, huge pre-fire coming in from Banana, and Qued is actually going to get taken out. That is a Wamai early. That's some of the discs are gonna go bye-bye now, and that's pretty big. They're saying there's another band skin once again.
Yeah, it does look like the Ash is
Yeah,
using a banned skin, which is unfortunate. So I
this
am
is
not
not what you like to
entirely
see.
sure. Yeah. So
They're
Banana
gonna
is
go for
warning
another
here.
warning. It looks like. Oh God, this is just. All right. Well,
And also, like, I mean, we kind of I mean, we didn't miss it, but like, we didn't really talk about everything enough. Okay, that's one way of fixing it. But okay, so it does
yeah,
appear that they are just throwing the round right here just to fix it. But that's super unfortunate because Banana got that beautiful shot onto Pwed. Either extremely lucky or extremely good information coming out. But yeah, like that was massive, especially on the
yeah.
Wamai, because he had probably at most two out of his potentially four discs out. I mean, there's also the Jaeger, so we could have that Jaeger would also help, but overall, just massive pick. But it is now a 3 versus 4, as Nayu is pushing in very aggressively without joining it appears, but he does manage to hit Zenit a little bit, but he also takes some damage himself. Now, there's two players in Trophy, and Axe is playing this angle with the shotgun again. It is extremely powerful, and he doesn't actually hit the kill. He doesn't get the hit. He does take a lot of damage, but the Twitch pushing in and falling back out too fast for him to react on time. Wall does get opened by the ace, and it is now 40 seconds left, 3 versus 4. Axe is a very low health. Actually, it's a 2 versus 4 because now you did actually die. I didn't see that happen, but now 1 versus 4 is in. It gets another kill. He's low health, but it doesn't matter if you get a headshot. Churn, full health, but he needs to take 4 kills with him if he wants to win this. Doesn't even get one. Optify taking him out as he retreats, and that is the round for Imperia.
That was pretty funny on the side of Axe, just holding that, tanking all those bullets, and then he looks up and he's like, "Oh, well, I didn't even get that kill. All right, well, let's just carry on our way." It was actually Zenit from Games Room who got that. Um, we will see that round going to Imperia, like we said. So that's it's 5v3 on the side of Imperia. They're starting to take this game away, and Pew Pew are gonna have to start picking it up if they want to bring this back. Banana is back, and he's going to be playing the Ash once again, hopefully with default or Pro League skins. And yeah, we actually have an adjustment from Nayu, who's going to bring a Jackal and possibly a Yana. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a Yana pick as well.
Attackers need to
So
locate
this
and
is
defuse
a
as
little
many
bit
bombs as
different
they
than what
can.
we saw before. But who knows? It could pay off in the long run.
Yeah, Yana has those nades and effectively unlimited drones. So that is going to help equalize the fact that Pew Pew is down 2 drones, and they're going to make up for it with the Yana. Interesting to know, he is playing the G36C, which is typically not as favored as the ARX, because the ARX hits like a truck, it has decent rate of fire, not a lot of recoil, but the G36C has more bullets and is a little bit more easy to use. So we will just be seeing Atlas taking that choice.
Yeah, it's kind of just a matter of preference at that point, right? I mean,
Locate a bomb and
they're both
defuse it.
really good weapons in the right hands, right? So it could just be that yeah, they just wanted that particular gun. Plus, you got that angle whip on the G36 if you have it as well. It could be a
That's a
factor
very
in
good
his
point, yeah.
take. It could be a factor, but we'll see. We'll have to. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't even go with the. And I just look like an idiot. So I'll have to see either way.
Oh,
What is going on, Banana?
Banana again.
Another
Hunter's in it.
wall bang. What is that? Okay,
Yeah,
that's 2 wall
bomb
bangs
has
on
been
the side
2
of
in a
Banana.
row, yeah.
That's insane. Okay, that brings it to an even man count once again. Zenit is going to say goodnight for this round, and he's just going to go to sleep for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just reflect on what happened to you, I guess. That was another, like, extremely good shot from Banana.
Attackers have
He was
dropped
going
the
to try to
bomb.
push into side, or into blue, I should say. NTK in the meanwhile getting killed in Nayu, so that is the Jackal down, and if there are any roamers still up for Imperia, which I'm not sure, it will be the Yana hologram getting shot by Axe. First smoke canister are coming out. It is early, only a minute and 39 seconds left to go, and the Ash is in sight. So Banana or not in sight. I keep saying sight, but I mean bunker. He's in bunker, which effectively is sight, but not technically. So, and the smoke is almost getting him, but not quite. So if Banana can swing on this, he could get the kill because he might surprise him. But he does appear to peek it slowly. And that shield is still up with those ADS protecting, so it'll be difficult to take care of the smoke. And Churn does start to push into Big Tower. There isn't any defenders there, but that is where the Jackal died, so they are watching the stairs themselves from Pillar. So
Yeah,
Banana now.
diffuser's down there as well. That's gonna be tough to get. Oh, actually, they just got it. Never mind. It's not as hard as I thought it was. And they're gonna get it. MTK with another one as well on a Banana. So that's actually bunker control lost once again. And they're just gonna try to push into pillars. This might not work out. MTK with a triple kill at this point. Could be going for the theoretical ace at this point. It's only Atlas left playing on tower stairs, just kind of pre-firing back and forth, just spraying everywhere he can. Look at that, he does have the angle grip as well, so maybe that was the deciding factor as well. It looks like he's gonna push back into bunker at this point.
15 seconds
Like
remaining.
we said, the Yana has no more nades, so this will be interesting. He does have a kill onto Axe, so Axe is going to say goodnight as well. Very nice flick on the Axe. And, he has pretty much bunker control at this point. No time for him, though, as he was pretty much in a 1v3, I believe. So it was, yeah, it was pretty tough for him to get anywhere. And Yana will not be able to get that diffuser down. And that's another round for Imperia, and I believe that is match point.
Yep, match point now in favor of Imperia, of course. PPU will need to win 3 in a row in order to bring this to overtime. I believe there's overtime at least. I'm not entirely sure how we're doing it for qualifiers, but the fuse coming out potentially as an elite, which is not actually allowed. We will get 6 picked off of though. Onto the Jackal.
Yeah. Once again, having to 6-pick off of an elite to something else. Actually, that was a last-second Finka pick. So instead of a fuse, we're gonna go with the Finka instead.
Need to locate
And
defuse bomb.
yeah, it's just small adjustments on the side of Pipu at this point. Like we said, there's a Dokkaebi this round, but there's still Yana, there's still Twitch, and like we said, the Finka. So tertiary bomb site for Imperia, and it's going to be the kitchen dining site. So, like you were saying earlier, that's kind of the default people go for the tertiary, right? So it's a little interesting. By having some trouble getting through a doorway. Yeah, we'll have to see what kind of stuff Imperia pull out for the tertiary bomb site.
Yeah, this is actually the first time we've seen a tertiary, like the tertiary site on this map. So we almost didn't even that conversation we had about it was almost null and void, but we do actually end up seeing Imperia go to it. So that is good. They are bringing a fairly default setup, although they do have the Maestro, which I don't think was taken before. Obviously, the side of Pew Pew is much more interesting to see. They have the churn on Dokkaebi, along with the Finka and the Twitch and the Yana. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, Yana. But Zenit and Pwed are both holding onto top floor very heavily, so it does appear that Pew Pew is going to be going for that top floor take initially.
Yeah, this is kind of a one-way push on the side of Pupu at the moment, but we have 3 people actually stacked up near trophies, so this is interesting. Actually, C4 coming out will not hit anything, and now you're getting away with all of his health, actually, so C4 didn't do much, but Churn getting a pick onto Zenit. That's the Jaeger upstairs dead. There is still one more upstairs, but he will smartly drop away. That was Pwed. Top floor control is complete on the side of Pew Pew, and they're just being cautious at the moment. They're just making sure they have all that can. He actually flashes his teammate, but lo and behold, they still have all of sight. I just don't think they know if there's anybody in dorms at the moment. They're just kind of pushing in and should know that they have all of it. They still think there might be somebody in the kid's bedroom. Axe got down somewhere, so I'm not sure where that was, but he could get picked up pretty easily if he can. But Nayu is actually going to get a pick on the Pwed from up top, so this is going to be tricky on the side of Imperia. He looks like another one, and Nayu's going to get another one on an MTK. This is falling apart for Imperia at the moment. Optify will just spray a bunch of bullets and take a lot of his life down. He is going to be finished as well. Axe also going to be finished. A flawless route on the side of Pew Pew. This is not what I was expecting from this round. But hey, it worked out in favor of Pew Pew.
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. I mean, the top floor holds utterly ineffective from Imperia. Like they managed to waste all of about 30 seconds before Pew Pew managed to take control back with getting while getting a kill in the meantime. Um, and Imperia just like kind of melted at the seams where they were challenged. They will be able to go to a more meta site though now on kids and dorms, and they still have 2 rounds to play with here before getting forced to go to overtime.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because Kids and Dorms was an interesting site for both teams. This we'll have to
Attackers
see
need to locate and defuse
what
bombs.
kind of what kind of adjustments Pew Pew can make. Obviously, they brought the Finka once again. Dokabi is back once again. Banana actually will be taking Ash with Diffuser, nonetheless. So yeah, it's gonna be that frag heavy offense once again, along with no hard breach.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This will be difficult to say the least. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not gonna be impossible.
Yeah,
I mean,
Pew
obviously
Pew's
they got a
bringing
flawless round last time. So.
yeah. So Pew Pew's bringing 3 sets of
10
nades
seconds
and a
remaining.
claymore.
Mhm.
So they're going to be trying to go for like extremely
5 seconds to
explosive
go.
action, I think here, both metaphorically and literally. Qued is going for a spawn
Attackers
peek
drop the
though,
diffuser.
out of
Attackers
the
recovered
master
the bomb
bedroom
diffuser.
door. We'll have to see if he gets it. If he does, that's massive. If he dies, no big deal. They're just equalized. That is probably the biggest thing that Imperial has going for them. Even if they lose a player, that's not that big of a deal because they're still going to be equal. MTK though, lurking down here, does light up Nayu quite a bit, but does get hit through the wall to about 10 health. So MTK going to be on low health for the rest of the round or until he dies. That is massive considering that all of these guns on the attacker side will be able to take him down in one shot anywhere.
Yeah, that's for sure. And even though he's off site, the site upstairs is still getting attacked pretty hard on this big window push. I think this is pretty much the only way that they can go at the moment. Um, but as the phone calls ring out, nothing much happening. We're just seeing a little bit of position taken by Nayu, and yeah, it's just kind of slow play on the side of Pew Pew, just making sure they have all their angles. MTK actually running out, ooh, missing an opportunity, as actually Zenit will get another opportunity to take down Banana on the other side. So that's a 3v5 for Pew Pew right now, and it's looking pretty grim at this point because there's 140 left on the clock. They're gonna have to start hurrying if they are gonna figure something out. MTK is still downstairs as well, so C4 in hand could be troublesome.
Yeah, the fact that they haven't
Pew
cleared
Pew.
out the roamers yet, there's still at least one roamer. Although one does go down, Act does go down on site, so there is only 1 player, 2 players on site. 1 player now has the nade and the gun from Churn come out, and they could go for a site push now if they know that they have the man advantage on site itself. It's currently a 3v3, so equalized overall, although there is still the Valkyrie underneath. Yeah, so the Nayu is going to be pushing up white stairs. Stays fall back though, trying to clear out the Valkyrie, it appears. And Atlas is going to be on his drone going into sight now. But Optify, not being droned out, gets the kill onto Atlas with a nice headshot. Churn now the only one left on the window as Nayu is way off site in kitchen.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. It looks like they're gonna try for a split push at this point. Finka trying to push, maybe, actually, yes, he's going to be pushing from main stairs, but will get taken out by MTK, and it's just down the churn with the DMR on big window. He's going to be prepping a nade, see if he can find somebody, but immediately zapped out of the window. This is going to be tough. He's only got 15 seconds to get in, plant the bomb, and a C4 is coming out, not taking any damage, though. Pulls up the SMG-12, trying to spray something, see if he can just find random headshots, but it's only 5 seconds left. I don't even think he's going to attempt to get into the building, and he's just looking for 3 kills, and it's going to be the win for Imperia, with a little exclamation point at the end, and Imperia will take the map.
Yeah, that was closer than I expected, although still what I expected from Imperia. Imperia managed to win 7-4, which is a respectable margin, but considering it was a 5v4 for them, it is kind of concerning going forward for them. But obviously, in exceptional circumstances, we don't know how Pew Pew would have been able to play if it was a 5v5. Extremely unfortunate for them, but overall, if you can't get your 5th player in, I mean, you can't get your 5th player in. That's it.
Yeah, for sure. That was a little unfortunate for Pew Pew having to play down so much, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, things happen, and yeah, that was in the end. I mean, Imperia still took quite a few dominant rounds. So yeah, it was. We'd have to see what kind of prediction they did with a full team, but it could have been a little bit closer if it was full 5v5. So yeah, we'll have to see what our next game will be, considering we're still looking at brackets and stuff. So at this point, let's just kind of go over what we saw in particular. What kind of stood out on the side of Imperia that you liked the most?
Yeah, so we'll be taking a short break right now. We will be back very soon, but stay tuned for another match on in this DAL qualifiers.
Defenders have located the diffuser.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back to our qualifiers. I am Tree Bear. Next to me is Vulgar, and yeah, this is the qualifiers. We got 12 teams and only 8 spots, so it's coming down to the wire. Matches will be played in Swiss rounds, so teams pretty much playing equal levels. And other than that, we have 5 rounds total, and 3 are played tonight. This will be the second game of the night, and yeah, we're so excited to be here, especially Vulgar and I. We're casting up a storm tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, the first match could have gone a little bit smoother, but
Yeah.
hopefully this one will be a little bit easier to get started and get underway. Obviously, technical difficulties exist. Can't always fix everything on time. It's difficult, especially when you're working with Siege. But we will be looking to get into our second match of the night as soon as possible once we get the teams into the lobby and get the teams all figure out who we're casting actually. It depends on who won whose games. We'll be getting that information to you momentarily. Those map bands you see on the bottom of your screen are not the current ones. That's from last match, but we will be getting it soon.
It looks like the teams we will be casting for the second are Team Dyna and Ascension. So I don't know anything about these either. So these are just kind of up in the air teams. Um, yeah. So yeah, we don't know much about them. So if you weren't here earlier, Pew Pew Squad and Imperia Army played at Oregon, and Imperia Army won. Was it 7-4? I believe.
Yes, so Imperial won 7-4. However, Pew Pew Gaming were playing in a 4 versus 5 because one of the players, I'm not entirely sure the circumstances of what happened, but one of them left or disconnected and could not get back into the game. So they were playing from an inherent disadvantage from the second round on, essentially. So considering like the massive disadvantage they were handed. I think that they did very well, and we're not in a single elimination bracket, so they do have a chance to redo and like play again against a different team. Hopefully, if they can get a fifth player in there, win and move on into the league itself. But yeah, like you said, this match that we're going to be playing is against between Team Dyna and Ascension. So these two teams, like similar to Pew Pew and Imperial, we don't know anything about. So we are just as fresh as you guys. But I'm looking forward to this match.
Yeah, that's for sure. We don't, like we said, we don't know anything about them, so we don't know about their maps or stuff. We were talking about maps and operators earlier, so we kind of exhausted our opinions on our maps already, and we're just waiting for map bans at this point. We have them up and ready for the teams. Like we said before, Team Dyna and Ascension. So these will be the two teams. Team Dyna will be on blue, and Orange team will be Ascension. So that means Ascension will be starting, I believe, defense. And
Well, it'll depend on what they. It'll depend on the map
yes, yeah,
pick.
right,
I
okay.
think. So whoever bans last doesn't get to choose. Whoever. So it'll be. It's the best of one. So it'll be 6 bans, one per team, and then it resets. Obviously, so like Team Dyna will ban, Ascension will ban, Team Dyna will ban, Ascension will ban, Team Dyna will ban, and then Ascension will ban the last map, and then Team Dyna will choose what side they start on. So that is the balance for who gets to choose ultimately what map to go to. They don't get to choose what side they start on. Um, Most of the time, you'll be wanting to start in defense because a lot of siege maps are defender sided, with the exception, of course, of Coastline. Um, Coastline is one of the few maps. It's probably one of the more unique maps in the comp pool right now. Considering there's a massive hole in the center of it that can be seen from the roof. And it's not technically outside, but there is no roof over it, which means that it is very dangerous to play in as a defender, but it also allows for huge and fast rotates to come out very quickly.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like Coastline is a big donut, and if you get inside of that middle there, you are gonna have a little trouble if you're on the defense. So, like we said, Coastline, yeah, very attacker sided, and can be played many ways as we've seen many times where people don't bring any hard breach at all. So it's a map where you can kind of utilize fragging capabilities as we've seen in the past. We're still waiting on the first ban to come up. So yeah, this is going to be our second match of the day. Hopefully, like we said, it won't take too long. It took an hour and 40 for the first map, and it was 7-4. So that says something about that map. I'm hoping this one goes a lot smoother. I'm sure Volger and I both would appreciate that. And yeah, hopefully we can get some right skins this time. if 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 Team Dyna and Ascension are watching, just put default skins on. Just do it right now, man. It would make everything so much easier.
Yeah,
We've had a couple of those, so it's okay.
yeah, there were some issues, specifically with Pew Pew running some banned skins. Yeah, so just if anybody here is going to be playing in the match, don't put on your Ember Rise or your anything other than default skins.
Or
Um,
pro or pro.
yeah, or Pro League skins. Yeah, so you are allowed to play Pro League skins because they are typically very bright and they help promote Pro League itself. So that is a plus side for it. Obviously, we aren't Pro League, but we do want to help promote the competitive side of Siege as much as possible because we love it so much, and that includes us, obviously. So yeah, we'll be getting into the map ends very shortly, just a couple minutes away,
Here we
and
go.
there we go.
We have
So
Theme Park as our first band. So it looks like Team Dyna said, no, thank you to Theme Park. We will stick with another map. We have seen this in the past. Theme Park hasn't been the most popular. People like to play it, and sometimes people who like to play it are called kind of like the rat team. But yeah, Theme Park hasn't been most popular. But one of the more popular ones, Coastline, is going to be banned second by Ascension. So yeah, wow. Okay,
yeah,
these are
I
just
know.
going
Yeah, I'm going fast.
right off the
I
board.
like it.
Yeah, this I like it too. We got Cafe next from T9, and then Consulate is going to be Ascension's second pick. We will also have Oregon next, and then Villa. So we are going to be going to Clubhouse. We said earlier, we thought we were going to go Clubhouse, Oregon, and maybe Coastline. Here's the second one of the night, and Clubhouse will be it. Clubhouse, we love Clubhouse, don't we?
Yes, Clubhouse is a very it's a map. I'll say that. It is a
It's a
little
map,
bit
yeah.
played out. It is a little bit played out. I will say that, but it is still very interesting when there are two very good teams playing it, which I'm sure Team Dana and Ascension both are extremely good teams. So Team Dana will be starting defense, and Ascension will be starting on attack. So Team Dana has an implicit, small little advantage there in terms that they will be able to potentially rack up their round count on the first half more so than Ascension, assuming things go how they would typically go. That is
Yeah,
not to say that Team Dyna will automatically win or that Team Ascension will automatically come out of the first half worse off. But if history has anything to say about it, that is Team Dyna will win the first round half. But we'll have to see.
yeah, and something we've kind of been seeing Clubhouse, like you were talking about this earlier as well. It's been kind of like it's been played out, right? It's you've seen everything that has to do with Clubhouse, right? Even defending and whatnot. So that makes it attacking a little bit easier if you can find out how to attack it and do it and do it perfectly. I mean, hey, it could be a attacker sided map in no time. We've seen that before on some maps like Cafe. We've seen it in DAL before. So sometimes it's just extraordinary, and it could happen today. It could. It's a possibility, but like we said, Clubhouse is typically defender sided. So
Yeah, oh yeah.
we
Obviously, defender sided doesn't really mean much anymore, considering that with the most recent season, defenders did get a lot weaker. So a lot of the maps that were like extremely defender sided are now only the normal amount of defender sided that like is kind of inherent to Siege, because attackers have to take initiative, have to push, while defenders only need to. I say only they need to hold their angles, just win their gunfights and delay time, and that inherently favors the defenders just a little bit more than attackers. That's just how Siege works. But that is not to say that attackers can't be dominant on a map or can't win a side. It's all in the teams and all in the maps. So we'll be going to Clubhouse though, which is again typically defender sided, but not
yeah.
100%.
I think people will. I think people are most comfortable in Clubhouse too. So they're probably gonna have the most maps. They're probably gonna have the most playtime on. They're probably gonna have, the angles that they're used to every day that they play. Right. So Clubhouse is something you see quite often. I think it's very comforting, and I think the sites that they play are probably just the same. You don't see a lot of bar stock anymore. Um, because it's trash. But you also see, you see the upstairs sites a lot, and basement is pretty much ran all the time by every single team. So you never know, we might see some bar stock tomfoolery, but that's in the it's kind of been in the past. That's kind of like the odd tertiary site, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think I've seen club or seen stock and bar run at all in the past like 2 years, other than for like a meme or for like if you're throwing or something.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
it's just awful compared to every other site, considering every other site is like very viable. I mean, even bedroom and gym, while it is probably the weakest of the sites that are actually played, it's still very strong if you run it correctly. Run the right operators, run the right strats, run the right like take control of the map properly. But yeah, no, since the rework at least, which was what 3 years ago now, you haven't seen stock or bar in any competitive setting.
yeah. It's been quite a long time. Um, but for Clubhouse, what kind of bands are we looking at?
So on Clubhouse is extremely hard breach heavy on essentially every single site. There are outside walls on every site that is played, excluding obviously stock and bar. Um, Top floor CCTV has that CCTV wall, obviously, and then construction wall. Um, Gym and bedroom have jacuzzi wall and construction wall. Basement has secret or dirt tunnel, which isn't necessarily that difficult to open, but it's still a wall that usually you want to have open just in case you need to go there. Um, and so I would not be surprised to see either a hard breach ban or a Thatcher slash Maverick ban. Obviously, Maverick is a hard breacher, but he does fulfill the role of Thatcher more than the role of Thermite or Habana or Ace. So yeah, I'm expecting a Thatcher ban or a Thermite ban or a Maverick ban, something to hinder the attacker's ability to open walls. And then on defense, I would expect a Mira ban is per default, but Mira's not as strong on Clubhouse as she is in Oregon, so maybe not a Mira ban, maybe Kaid ban again or a Bomai ban, something like that. We'll have to see. We'll begin with the match very shortly.
Yeah, for sure. I like those kind of bands because, like you said, Clubhouse. Sometimes you even see two, possibly even three hard breach at a time, and it's just kind of that can be overwhelming as a defender. So yes, I totally agree with those bans, and I expect pretty much one of those to go down. I like we've said before, defense is pretty rigid. Uh, I'll either go Mira, Echo, Maestro. One of the three will go down. You never know. Somebody might get frisky. They could have a one my band or something in there. But we are gonna have to see right away because we are getting right into these bands. So Team Dyna gonna be on defense first, and they will have first ban. So what are they going to go with first?
Yeah, so like I
Let's
said,
see.
I'm expecting a Thatcher ban here, maybe a Maverick ban if they're feeling a little bit, like you said, frisky. But it will be an ace. So that is still a hard reach ban, so that's still going to make it harder to open walls. It's not really going to impede hatches that much because ace isn't really used for hatches that often. But that is going to be much harder to take on CCTV. Along with the Thatcher ban, now that is going to make it much more difficult to take CCTV wall hatches if Kaid's not banned. We'll have to see. But yeah, so now we're on to the defender ban, Ascension banning first on defense. They will be banning the Wamai. So that is now one less operator that is used for frag denial or any projectile denial. Wamai is very strong like that.
Yeah, for sure. He's been a pretty popular pick recently, especially last season was my Jaeger meta, so he's kind of taken a liking to these bands. And actually, we see a Malusi as well, so our rigid bands are a little less rigid this time, and we're gonna see my Malusi, and that means Mira, Echo, and Maestro all up for play. This could be a pretty heavily defensive game if they can play their cards right.
Yeah, along with the Kaid still being available as well means that it is going to be extremely difficult to take out any hatches, which there's going to be plenty of because Dino is going basement first, or Dino, sorry, not Dino. They are going basement first. But the kid is being six picked off of onto a Mira. That is
Interesting.
interesting. Yeah, that's bizarre to me. It hasn't confirmed it. There it is. Okay. So that tells me that they this defensive team is going to be looking to roam very heavily in order to prevent those hatches from being opened, rather than using the standard Kayad.
Yeah, this is interesting. We're actually seeing this kind of. I'm pretty sure he's going to be going with this mirror here at the middle of church wall, I would assume. But yeah, without the Cade, you don't really have anything for the hatches except for impact tricking. We only have 3 operators that have impacts on the board, so that's quite a few.
10
Although
seconds.
you do
this is
expect
an
Plebeo
interesting-
on the Vigil to be going off-site, so it's
True,
effectively 2 sets.
True, yeah,
Legion
so
might also
2
be
sets.
off-site, but yeah, so 2 sets at least, probably.
That's still quite a lot, I'd say. So
Yes, however, you can't impact trick either Moto Hatch or Stock Hatch, so the only hatch you're going to be able to effectively deny is that Kitchen Hatch. But Neo's Lozeris on the Capital are going to be using that secondary heartbeat charge to open up a hole into dirt. Ludio
I
putting
love
up
that
top.
thing. That is very helpful utility, isn't it?
Absolutely. Makes it so much easier for attackers to get in there and just mess up the walls a little bit.
Yeah, it makes a good entry point for everybody. Like you said, yeah, they're starting to get stuff open, and it looks like we might have actually already have a confrontation. As see here, J-Man actually already set in kitchen, and there's quite a few holes already made by that sledgehammer. So just peeking ever so slightly, making sure he checks all his angles. He's just gonna smack a couple more holes in there. Jason's actually gonna get flashed in dirt here, or stunned, I should say, and nothing actually happening at the moment. They'll just kind of hold their angles and play a little chicken at this point. Jason will back off a little bit, and as we see Pludio coming down the main stairs, he could cause some trouble uh, for this attacking squad.
Yeah, there are drones, but obviously as the Vigil, he is able to stop the drones. Jason, though, getting a lot of damage taken to him. Titan also taking a little bit, but not as much as Jason. He now has full dirt control. However, dirt is not as strong as a lot of teams, or a lot of players, I should say, think. While you can get some good angles from it, there's also a lot of good angles onto it, which makes it very difficult to actually effectively push unless you're absolutely on top of the game. In the meantime, though, J-Man getting the first kill of the round, of the match, onto Pluvio from Kitchen. So Pluvio tried to go for the flank, but he missed. And a nade coming from J-Man, also going to down Jason. So Jason was already low health, and the nade just downs him. He might get revived. He might be in position to revive. Obviously, points are off. So J-Man is not necessarily going to know that he downed the Legion. Barry, though, watching the hatch and is waiting for the drop.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be quite a few trying to go for the drop. There's flashbangs galore as they will drop in tow, and that's actually Diffuser, first one to go down. That's surprising as everybody's still up top. Known Titan was the only one to drop, and now he has Diffuser, and J-Man will actually get kills all over the board with nades, with his gun. J-Man actually popping off on this round. It is all down to the Mira in a 1v3 situation as the Capital gets a kill on a Jason. She is taking about 25 health, and she's just roaming around into Moto at the moment. There's somebody on main stairs, and she will actually get taken out by the Capital. A huge round coming back from Ascension. I thought they were in such a tough spot when they lost that diffuser, but they managed to pull it back. J-Man coming through with some great nades and some good gunplay as well.
Yeah, Jamin acting as a sentinel above the site, just waiting and watching for anybody who's not, I want to say dumb, that sounds harsh, but anyone foolish enough to cross his path and just taking everybody down that he sees. I think he entered the round with 3 kills, one of which was the nade at least. He was very effective on those nades, as you said. But now for the second round, Dinah is going to be trying to go downstairs in the basement yet again. They will be switching from the KED to the Mirror again, so they don't think that the issue was with their operator pick. They'll be running the same ops as last time.
Yeah, I'm assuming a couple slight adjustments, but as you see, Ludio will sprint upstairs right away, and I'm assuming he's going to get these hatches. like you said, this is pretty much. I think it. Yeah, it is the same exact lineup.
With
Sorry,
the
no, it's not
exception
the same.
of
Yeah,
Jason. Yeah, Jason is on the smoke instead of the Legion this time.
right.
Both operators fulfill a similar but also different role. With this lineup, Jason's going to be playing a lot closer and tighter angles, and he will be a lot more effective in denying plants rather than denying
10
entry.
seconds to go.
Um, he will obviously want to stay
5
alive
seconds
as long
left.
as possible. Last time he did get down very early on, although he wasn't confirmed
Attackers are
for a
moving
long
out.
time.
Locate a
All
bomb and
three
defuse it.
ADSs, though, coming in dirt. So they do want to be holding onto dirt as long as humanly possible, considering they're investing so much utility into it. Jason probably going to be holding that with his shotgun at close range at that tight turn. Watch for those
He's also
conflicts of
got a
the
shield
over.
as well. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, this is a lot of utility in dirt.
Yeah, they're really determined to keep dirt this time, and I think that was one of their downfalls, considering that they had people contesting them in dirt and on kitchen. So that would make sense at the very least. First smoke canister actually be going out pretty early. That's a 2-minute 20 smoke canister, so that's really, really early from the smoke. Um, Only with 2 left on the round, as the timer ticks down to about 2 minutes at the moment. Sludge once again up top, just making more holes, making sure he finds one of those roamers wherever it could be. Habana waiting
Bomb
to
located
get
by
this
attackers.
hash as well. Should be pretty easy to get. I don't think anybody's trying to deny that. And yeah, we actually have 2 roamers this time. DJ on the Jaeger is also upstairs with Pludio Vigil. Vigil actually taking tons of damage. That sneaky little angle, there it is from Neo on the Capital. I had assumed that's probably where he got shot from, and I was correct. Ludio down to 25 health, and DJ will try to help him out on the roam.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Dyna already. The dirt tunnel was left soft, so that is presumably why they have so much utility stuff in there, because they knew it was going to be free. J-Man is a little panicked, it looks like. He thinks that Visual may be nearby, but Pludio is actually way off in Lounge. He is going to be pushing into stock, though, trying to
Attackers
push onto
recovered the
Lazarus,
diffuser.
or Neo, on the Capital. However, he doesn't find anybody, and he starts to rotate back to site. Known Titan does have dirt control, but all 3 ADSs get shot there, and the shield and barbed wire also got taken care of.
There must
Takes
have
out
been
a
a
stun
lot of
kill.
utility off the board, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, wow. Okay, 2 kills coming through. J-Man and Neo, once again, they have just been getting all of the kills for the side of Ascension. And they will get a couple more. There's going to be a nade coming out. That could be pretty dangerous, but Jason will survive. He's actually going to take this in tow and bring out the M9000, and he actually gets it. So Jason will get the shotgun kill on Known Titan. And that's actually dirt control still
15 seconds
on the
left.
side of Dyna. So that's pretty big, as it's a 3v4 on the side of
10
Dyna.
seconds left.
J-Man's going to be pushing into this with his trusty SMG. Neo is going to be downed as he tries to drop. And that's also Diffuser once again, but McFoles picks it up and is going for the defuse. Defenders actually win on time as he gets off the defuse. Interesting play on the side of McFoles. I thought they would have had it if he would have just stuck it. That was questionable in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very. It seemed deceptively fast because all the kills came at the very end there, and Dyna was just in a better position at the end of it. J-Zen holding on to dirt was massive there because that denied the cover on the plant on the drop from Ascension, and that allowed for some easy picks onto the players that were dropping the hatch. Now we'll be going up to Gym Bedroom for the third round, second site played from Dyna. Interesting they're not going to CCTV, although Gym Bedroom, like I said, is still very viable, and they obviously have a plan for it.
Yeah, I mean, people like playing cash quite a lot. Gym Bedroom, like you said, is still very. I mean, they can go even all the way to cash if they wanted to, and you see that pretty often. You know, they just I'll just go playing Cash, and it looks like Pluto is going to try that. He's reinforcing Cash onto red stairs or metal, whichever one
10 seconds
you
remaining.
guys prefer. But yeah, it's pretty much a basic setup at this point. We got possible bandit batteries going down
Attackers
on
are
the
moving out
walls.
to locate a bomb and
We have
defuse it.
mute jammers. Theo back on his vigil reign, and let's see, he's actually taken out a couple drones. It looks like the process, and we'll see how he works on the roam. You see why he's putting down some late bandit batteries. So, yeah, they're just a little bit of a late setup, but I don't think that's going to affect anything at this point. And, yeah.
Yeah, typically a gym bedroom defense is really a top floor defense because like you can see here, Jason
A
is
bomb
holding
has
on
been
to
located.
the cash, defending it from the attackers, and they want us to hold onto that as long as possible to avoid the push from construction. And it does look like McFoles is going to be maverick tricky here. I'm not sure how if he managed to hit it or not, but it does look like it's good, or he thinks seems to think it's good at least. And there it is. The wall is now soft, free to be taken, and that's without even having to deny the Bennett batteries, which is very very well played.
Yeah, for sure. That's the advantage of Maverick, especially on this map. And without that band, it's pretty easy to get walls open at some point. But that's only the half of the battle, as you still need to get in a sight and kill people or plant that bomb. So it's going to be quite a difficult task still for Ascension to get on. They have taken a little bit of map control, but they have quite a few angles against them at the moment, as Barry and I believe that's Jason are sitting near Cash. And this is going to be difficult. Ooh, nade coming out. It wasn't a very effective nade. I don't know where they were trying to throw that. Another one coming out again, just kind of bouncing off other parts of where they want to be. Jason's falling back into Cash a little bit farther, and Barry's still holding his ground in construction. Now, this is going to be pretty crucial. There's only 55 seconds or so left on the clock, and it looks like Jason is actually going to get the first pick onto Gummy. So that is actually Habana off the board. She did most of her part already, and he's just going to do more damage to anybody that tries to peek him on this Habana hole.
Yeah, and that even with that hole open, it's not a volatile hole, so Jason can still just hold on to this very effectively. He'll be peeking out a little bit. Does get taken down to about 75 health, but he does light off another couple people. Eventually, though, J-Man does make the kill onto him with his SMG-11, and in the meantime, Barry has been downed. Not sure from where. He will get confirmed by McFoles. Now, Construction in control of Ascension. With 10 seconds left, though, it might not be enough. It might be too little, too late. As Wise Ties gets him to kill, as J-Man gets a refrag. DJ with another kill, 2 versus 2, 1 versus 2 now, and Defenders managed to take out McFoles for the final kill. That is Dinah holding on just about until at least the end of the round.
Yeah, they were able to get that kill as the diffuser was going down. And yeah, pretty. I'd say that wasn't a dominant round from Dinah, but in the end, it looked like they had everything in control, even though there was a flurry of kills and a lot of trades going on. That's been kind of a theme tonight, as well as there's been a lot of good trade plays coming through on both sides. No matter what the team has been, it's they've traded very well, and yeah, I like seeing that kind of play. It's pretty good siege. Now we will be seeing the first CCTV cache hold of the night, and without a Mira, that is, because they're going to take a Valkyrie instead. This time they do bring the Cade, and along with, you know, the typical smoke, the typical Jaeger, the typical Maestro. So one thing we haven't seen is an Echo yet, which is a little surprising, but not out of the ordinary. People don't play
Well, ever since
Echo.
Yeah, ever since Echo had lost the invisibility in his drones, he's been in a much weaker spot. I mean, the fact that like it's extremely easy to see them now. Like you can't really hide them as effectively. You kind of need to actively like babysit them in order to not let them get shot and killed. So he's a lot harder to play effectively, and he's a lot less effective when he's not on the camps as well, because there's a lot less info on the team. But Jason's setting up a default shield there. That's just going to try to hold on to CC wall as much as possible. I expect this to get opened fairly soon with McFoles on the Maverick. He's been effective at Maverick in the past. I expect him to be able to do it again. J-Man is actually going to be pre-opened as well, so they don't have to open it afterwards. And yeah, forcing us just get to work on that Maverick tricking.
Yeah, this is a pretty good gameplay on the side of Dyna, taking steps in the right direction, making sure they don't have to do extra steps. So one thing I want to point out, I was just looking at the scoreboard, and J-Man and Neo are pretty much the only people, except for, I mean, McFoles has his one kill, but they are pretty much the only ones killing people on the side of Ascension. That could be, I'll have to see if the other teammates pick up that a little bit, as Known Titan 0, Gummy 0, and like we said, McFoles has the 1, but they've been kind of just carrying at the moment, and like that, Plutio actually going to take down J-Man. So that's their top fragger at the moment down. We'll have to see how Ascension come back from that with pretty much their top fragger down.
Yeah, with J-Man down and now McFoles as well, those are two vital operators and two vital players as well on the side of Ascension going down. Gummy also taking a lot of damage as Barry gets a kill into Neo. So now it is only up to Titan and Gummy. Gummy with only a quarter health as well. This is not looking good for them, but Ascension can still pull it back. Barry though taking down Gummy, and now Known Titan is in a 1 versus 5. He will need to ace in order to win this. He does get the free pre-fire onto Smoke, but he misses all his shots. The smoke cannon is actually dealing him a little bit of damage as he walks through it.
Oh, no.
And he sees the gun barrel, but he does get the kill onto the DJ, but Barry with another triple kill onto the rounds, taking him down at the end. That all certainly does go burr.
Oh my god, yeah, that was a lot of bullets downrange, especially at that Zofia. And yeah, he was playing that garage like an absolute madman. He was just getting picks left and right. And Plutio as well, getting a couple picks there as well with that Jaeger. That was kind of a different look at Dyna that time, as they were playing super aggressively. It looked like they were, peeking every hole they could, and going over to billiards, peeking out with the Valkyrie and stuff. So yeah, that was a pretty good look at Dyna's kind of range of strats that they had going there. Before we've seen, only Plutio roaming, and then we had others roaming. So it's yeah, their expanse of stress looks like it keeps growing throughout this match. But it looks like they're going to go downstairs and kind of keep the it looks exactly the same. So they're going to go downstairs and keep their lineup once again. See if Jason can keep holding that dirt as well as he did before.
Yeah, we'll see if he also gets the same amount of utility. They are actually reinforcing dirt this time, which they did not do in the last round that they won here. So that will help, Jason hold down dirt just a little bit longer. That was necessary. So the round starts, so we'll have to see what Ascension can do to counter this. They did manage to win the site once as attackers, but they did lose it the last time they went here.
Yeah, this is kind of a round that they probably want to get 3-1 at the moment. If Dyna goes up 4-2, it's not the end of the world, but it probably leaves a sour taste in your mouth. We're seeing almost the same take from Ascension, pretty much. It looks like they get the wall open, the Capitão going back on its perch on that stock ladder. J-Man trying to get the floors going a little bit, and yeah, it's pretty much looking like about the same take. Plutio's just slowly creeping. I like this angle from the main lobby all the way into kitchen. He will get droned out a couple times actually, and he's just gonna play nice and safe. Doesn't want to take any real bad chances at the moment. I think that's the right play.
Yeah, with the thing is, at this level, roamers don't need to get kills, they just need to waste time, and Plutio is doing an exceptional job at that. As I say that, though, he does get taken out by J-Man. J-Man is a fragging machine at this point. He's going ham on everybody, especially on these floors. Jason, though, is managing to hold on to dirt so far. About half the round has passed already, and they are now pushing in. McFall is taking some damage on the smoke from the smoke canister, but he does manage to nade out Jason. Jason takes a little bit of damage, and the shield does go down, although he is going to still hold on to this area. His second gas canister, though, is going down. Or actually, that was his third. He's out of gas canisters. He is now just a operator with a shotgun and SMG-11. His hatch is going to get opened up in the kitchen. Although only 2 pellet on the pellet go down, so it's only partially opened. DJ, though, they don't know he's here. He could get a massive pick onto J-Man, and he does. J-Man goes down to GJ. Gummy is also upstairs, but he doesn't care. He runs away. DJ now coming back away. Going upstairs, actually. He's going to try to come back around if he can, as this is looking pretty good for Dyna. They've managed to waste almost all of the round, only 30 seconds left to go, as these Candelas start to come out, as Jason is made to fall back, but Neo is holding his cross and he takes him out. There's now another operator
15 seconds to go.
on the rappel up there, and he's gonna get the kill onto Gummy, and then Barry also onto Neo, and Known Titan, as McFoles does manage to get refrag, but he's all alone now, as he needs to take down 2 people, but he won't be able to. Barry on the Elda is massive and able to demolish everybody. So now up 4-1 is Dyna. Obviously, this is the defensive side, and my co-caster does appear to have accidentally disconnected, so I will be taking it from here for a little bit. But that is massive. Even though they're on defense, Dyna is looking extremely formidable. Now, for their 6th and final defense, Dyna will be going back up the gym bedroom, and they will be bringing the castle this time, which is I like it a lot, because castle can be used to deny jacuzzi wall a little bit more effectively if the attacking team does not have access to the Maverick. Although they do, so I'm not sure how effective this castle will really be. Bottom floor is getting opened up by Jason, so this is a pretty default strategy, and we'll see what they can do here. This castle barricade, yeah, going to be putting down a castle barricade on gym window. I like this. It denies a lot of angles for the attack.
And as I am back because of DC problems in Discord, of course, what happened last round? Actually, I'm not even sure what happened.
So Dyna kind of demolished Ascension. Yeah, it was not very. Okay, so Jason did get flushed out of dirt, but and this is also for anybody else that missed the last round. Jason did get pushed out of dirt with some Candelas and did get shut down, but it was too little, too late, and Dyna were just kind of in better positions, buried on the Elda again. Although he hasn't running this time, but he was running Maestro, and he just kind of melted everybody that came into sight.
Well, that sounds about right. As you said before, Alda goes Bird. So, yeah, that's sounds about right. Anyway, we're going to have Plutio kind of roaming here in Garage Site, getting a little bit of attention from J-Man and crew as he's starting to push that way. Barry making a couple punch holes. Where is that? That's over near... Yeah, logistics, you're right. So, yeah. Video might be getting into an altercation here. We'll flick on the Vigil and see a drone. He's got a lot of attention coming towards him as he's playing bottom garage here. It's going to be a dangerous spot. And he's actually just going to crouch walk in there. And Neo coming, I think that was through blue somewhere, absolutely annihilating him. And he is going to be no more. Did waste a little bit of time. And Barry and Jason still semi-roaming. They're kind of flexed from me at this point. So
yeah, they've kind of extended sight into like off-site effectively, and Plutio being the first death yet again, which is not ideal. However, last round Plutio was the first death, and they did manage to win it out. So this is by no means by no means apocalyptic for Dyna, but it is definitely not great. Ascension does appear to be pushing into CCTV, and Jason is actually mute tricking. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Fascinating strategy, but it does appear to be working. Cabana going to be trying to open up at least the red stairs wall as Maverick helps get rid of that mute jammer. And he is effective in doing so. Jason on that table, going to be cornered now as the cash wall, CCTV wall also gets opened.
Yeah, Jason's actually going right near that drone hole too. He could get picked, but nobody's actually looking at the drone hole at the moment. People are just pre-firing and slowly crouching. I don't know if they actually know. You can actually see him and actually get a pick. That's huge for Jason, as he's just wasting more time, essentially. Gummy will flash him out and will take him out in the end. And actually, wow, there's a lot of kills going on, and Bandit is actually the only one left stuck in Gym. Plant is going down, and he actually gets it. He gets a triple kill, but won't get it in the end. Oh my goodness, McFold was in the right place at the perfect time as that plant was denied, and he got that second kill that was looking like a win on the side of Team Dyna. But Ascension pulls it out with the clutch from McFoles. That was almost a scary clutch on the side of Wise Ties.
Yeah, that was a very fast flurry of kills coming up from both teams, ending in a 1 versus 3 for Dyna. But yeah, like you said, that who was it again? Sorry, it was
Wise Ties.
Yeah, Wise Ties. He was almost able to win it, but Foles was just a little bit too quick on the trigger to kill him.
Yeah, it was really close because I mean the timers were going down. Habana dropped her diffuser. It was looking like mayhem, and you know, they had the 1v3, so it was close, but as they say, no cigar. So.
Yeah, and that will be Team Dyna going up 4-2 on their defensive side, which is not awful, but it's not that good either, especially for Clubhouse. You're expecting to go 4-2, so this is pretty standard. Now on the Switch sides, though, we will be seeing Ascension going to CCTV first rather than last. So they will have a different ideology when it comes to holding onto Clubhouse. They also have the castle playing downstairs, so they're going to be trying to hold on to Lounge as long as humanly possible, with all 3 castle barricades being dedicated to being on that first floor. Titan going to the basement. I'm not sure if this is to put down some cage charges or for a deep roam, but we'll have to see.
Either way, it looks like it's going to be a top player over from the logistics side, possibly from Dyna, as they already have a few people, quite a few drones set up, and Wise Ties looking to drop as soon as possible. And they got 3 people on drones over here, and I like the drone economy at the moment. It's actually a gigantic hole over there as well. I don't know if that was from one of the defenders, or if that's a attack. It might actually be an attack.
Yeah, I do think that was from Plutio's Ash charge, because or construction wall was soft, so I think that was from that.
Interesting.
Interesting that it's soft, but also interesting that Plutio, a very good use of utility though from Plutio. He's able to open 2 walls with 1 mass charge, which is very nice.
Oh, that's pretty impressive, and pretty much looks like they have construction control, and pretty much all of the west side of the map opened up. So bedroom and main stairs pretty much covered by the side of Dyna. This is a full construction push out at the moment, and I'm sure that they can figure out now. There was somebody down below earlier, but Habana is also down there, so it might be a little bit of roam clear. Plutio just trying to spray through a little bit on that Ash. Not getting any shots. Nobody actually taking damage at the moment, as we're entering into the 1 minute 20 second threshold, and finally Gummy will take the first bit of damage from a nade. Won't do
Construction wall
as
being
much
opened up, and
damage.
Gummy's going to be falling off of Cash. Now, Cash is kind of in control of the attackers, although obviously nobody's in it yet. Titan getting the first actual kill onto DJ, though, with a C4 from below. That is the price of not clearing out those roamers below. Now, with 50 seconds left, Dyna's going to be wanting to go for a plant pretty soon, but Gummy with another kill onto Pludio, going to be taking down another player. Now, in a 3 versus 5, Dyna is in dire straits. Another kill from Gummy, though. He's on the double at this point. He's going to be taking down Wise Ties as Barry just barely misses some shots onto a player in CC2B. He will be trying to use his nade, but it will likely get zapped by an ABS, as it does there. Now, in the 2 versus 4, as Jason does get a kill onto Gummy, so that is the Pulse, or Castle, I should say, being shut down. But another 2 quick kills from Neo and Titan finish the round out in favor of Ascension. That is the first defensive round going in favor of Ascension. Very nicely held.
Yeah, and that brings the score count now to 4-3. So that's looking like a little bit like it could even out in the next round if they play this right. They do have Church Arsenal, which is a pretty comfortable site for most people, and I think by the looks of it, they're gonna stick with this pretty much the same, except for the Jaeger. That's an interesting one, is they're gonna opt for a Mozzie over a Jaeger. Now they also have the Mute and a Castle and a Cade.
This
I'm
is
wondering
what you
where I've
call
seen
it.
this before.
CFSG
Attackers
round,
need to
baby.
locate
I was about to say, I wonder where we've seen this before. Now, it's not uncommon to see this nowadays, and I feel like everybody runs it, but yeah, it looks like they're all doing it. Yeah, there goes the castle barricade. They're all going upstairs. Yeah, even Dinah's like, yeah, we know what's going on. This is typical of everybody nowadays. This is what we've come to expect from Clubhouse, right? It's like you said, everybody's kind of playing the same stuff. It's been kind of spread out. So yeah, we'll have to see what kind of differences Ascension pull in comparison to, let's say, SSG.
Yeah, I mean, obviously SSG was the pioneer of the strat, and it was, I don't want to say recently, but it was like not that long ago that they started doing it. But it is a very strong hold if the defending or if the attacking team doesn't know how to take it. However, at this point, most attacking teams are going to know how to take it. So I do think it's a lot less strong and a lot less potent than it was initially when it was first revealed by SSG. But we will be seeing Dyna, dig into the drones up top, and they're going to be trying to drone down. One thing with Clubhouse is that there are quite a few avenues of ingress for the attackers to take, and also for the defenders to go up and down the stairs.
Yeah, McFoles has been playing that Cade too, so that could be a pretty big difference as well. It looks like he's playing in a kind of a position that he can cover both hatches if necessary. So that could be crucial, but actually Ash is actually pushing in to construction quite early, but there's an immediate refrag from Known Titan. He does know that there's somebody else in there and gets a double kill right off the bat. That's 2 quick kills of Known Titan on the Mozzie. Polio trying to chase him down, but Known Titan, knowing better, going all the way back to site, he will escape with his life with about 25 HP, more or less, a little bit
That
less.
is a
But
beautiful play coming out from Known Titan. Like, that is massive. The Sophia and the Sledge, not to mention Barry, who has been absolutely on fire this match. That is massive. That's 2 frags, 4 projectiles from the Wise Ties, and he still had a drone left over as well. Like, wow. And only for the cost of a Castle, which, no offense to Gummy, but Castle's not exactly an operator you're that sad to lose, considering all his utility is placed in the beginning of a round, and his gun is not the greatest either. Now, Hatch is getting open for Dyna, though, finally, but it is getting impact tricked.
yeah, that impact trick coming out to play. I don't believe they are going to get that one. Nope, they tried, but it did not succeed. The hatch will get open, but not with some sacrifice. There are 3 people gone on the side of Dyna. It's down to 2v4 for them. Looking pretty dire. They're going to have to kind of make some miracle plays happen. As Pludio still on main stairs, Jason in kitchen. There's people holding pretty much every angle from patch to Moto, and yeah, it's not looking great on the side of Dino. There's 20 seconds left, and Execute is going to have to go on the site. Pluto gets immediately taken out, and Known Titan, with his third kill of the round, gets the drop on Jason.
Yeah, Known 10 was absolutely the MVP of that round by like every margin possible. He demolished the two players upstairs and then rotated back in order to be effective on site. That is exactly what you need from a roamer, and he fulfilled his duty perfectly.
That was really nice. Getting away with his life was probably the biggest part of that too. Is he was able to get to site, and that leaves a big hole in their attack. Saying, well, now we can't really find another person. They went back to site. So yeah, pretty big round, like you said, on the side of Known Titan. Known Titan actually probably taking that Jaeger this time, and they'll be going Gym Bedroom once again.
Attackers need to
This has
locate and
been
defuse bombs.
a pretty good outing from Ascension so far on their defensive side. We'll see if they can get their tertiary bomb site. This is 2 defensive rounds in a row. The momentum's starting to swing in their favor, that's for sure.
Yeah, considering that they were down at the half, they are playing extremely effectively. And it just goes to show how defender side of this map really is, given how well they're playing here. Dyna, I haven't hated everything they're doing, but they could definitely be playing a bit better here, I think. They're just getting kind of sloppy. I mean, they're droning well, but then after they've droned initially, they don't re-drone areas that they've been to already, and they just let the defenders roaming over there just kind of sneak up on them and get them. I think that's where Ascension was much better on their attacks, was that they were constantly watching drones and not letting Dyna sneak up on them.
One positive that they've been getting throughout this is Plutio's been getting pretty good picks off the start. So we'll have to see if he can be kind of the warhead for this team, as they're pretty much going with this. It looks like Ascension are going for the same cash hold, this time with a Legion instead of a Mute or a Smoke. So yeah, this is a little bit of an altercation.
It's interesting to note that I think J-Man's probably going to be impact tricking here, which is more effective than on the mute jammers, because you can just shoot those mute jammers to the hole. But that was a beautiful shot from J-Man onto Plutio. That's the opening pick onto Plutio yet again, and the first impact trick goes off and is successful. But oh, beautiful nade coming out from Barry to take out J-Man. His nade is a lot more impactful than J-Man's impact nade. But now the cache wall will get opened up, and they do have the east side of the map for free.
You heard it here first, folks. A nade is better than an impact. It is more impactful than an impact. That's pretty good. Gummy's in quite a lot of danger here, and he's actually going to get sniped from the balcony. Yeah, that's a Maestro down and a little bit of utility. Still not over for Ascension. They still have quite a few people on the board. It is a 3v4 though, and they have quite a few holes open on the side of the attack. Now there's still quite a few people with C4s left on the board, so that could be a huge factor, especially if the Goyo and the Mute stay alive long enough. It looks like the Mute's not going to actually get stunned, and Known Titan's actually going to take out Wise Ties, but immediately refragged by DJ. So McFoles and Neo are the last 2 alive. They do have the C4s. We got to remember that Neo with an amazing shot with the SMG-11 on the DJ, and it's back to a 2v2. They are pretty much stacked in the side of construction now, and he will see one, and that's Diffuser. That's perfect. Barry is going to swing wide onto nothing at the moment, just pre-firing a little bit, as he's got 25 seconds. He's going to have to get a move on. Diffuser is on the ground, and as I'm lagging a little bit, I don't know what's happening.
As soon as we start talking, Barry just goes off and like gets so many kills. He brings it into a 1 versus 2 versus 1. Neo actually gets all the kills, and managed to finish it out as well. I believe with a triple kill. That was beautiful coming out from Neo, with that SMG-11 as well. That is so potent in the right hands, and absolutely melts people with it. They did what's it called? I apologize. Ascension were kind of in lagging a bit behind in the beginning of that round, but Neo just holding onto sight and just popping heads with that SMG-11 just beautifully. And for the first time in a while, Ascension will take the lead on this map.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive on the side of Ascension. They were down, I believe it was 3-4, about a minute left. And then, like we said, Neo just started popping off with that SMG, and that was great.
Attackers need to locate
For
and
Ascension,
defuse bombs.
unfortunate for Dino, they looked like they could have had that round with a couple early picks. That leaves Ascension to go back to CCTV cache. Now we'll have to see, did they do the same sort of setup that they had before? They did bring the castle, and they did bring a Cade, so it pretty much could be the same exact hold. We'll have to see that.
Yeah, so this hold down below, I think, was very vital for Ascension actually winning last round. Or not last round, but last CC defense, because they got so many picks from below that Dyna just didn't have enough players to push site effectively and cover their angles and cover the plant. So I think if Dyna wants to have a chance of taking this round, they're going to need to take out the roamers in the basement, or not in the basement, in the first floor, before they go for takes on logistics and into construction. If they go for the same push as they did last time, which it does appear they're set up for.
Yeah, this will be interesting. We're seeing Known Titan already using all of his Cades on the wall, and they're in those kind of sneaky spots underneath, but that will be no trouble for the Maverick of DJ. Wise Ties will be covering him as he gets this wall open, and he's gotten half of it already, and he's actually taken a ton of damage, so he's going to have to be quite careful getting this wall open, because if he takes too much damage off that electrical, out of that electrocuted wall, he's gonna be a big goner. So he's actually gonna get taken out by McFoles. A nice peek coming from McFoles, and that's the Maverick only halfway through the wall. So that's a big no-no on the side of Dyna.
Yeah, that wall is not getting open this time.
Maverick on. No
Yeah,
way.
that was really questionable coming out from DJ, because I don't know why he wanted to open the bottom first. Like, typically if you're Maverick team, you want to open the top first so you can prone and like go along the side of the bottom afterwards. But he didn't do that, and he definitely paid for it. He took a lot of damage opening the bottom and then just died. As J-Man also gets a kill into Wise Ties, now in a 3 versus 4. Dyna is in dire straits here. They do have walls open on construction, and they do have full construction control, but that's not going to do them much if they can't push into site itself with no people. They're just watching angles right now, but Ascension is not taking the bait, and they're just holding their angles and waiting for Dyna to peak. Still a minute to remain, so they do have time to play with, but it is not looking great. Oh, Gummy with a beautiful pick onto Barry. Barry goes down, but he does manage to get revived. That is the weakness of the ump showing, as actually Claudio's in sight, and he gets 2 kills, but eventually gets taken down himself. Plant is going down, 5 seconds remaining on the plant. Barry with a beautiful cover, but the C4 coming out and is effective in stopping the plant. 40 seconds left. 1 versus 2, but he will get revived on Claudio. So now in 2 versus 1, as J-Man is suddenly at a disadvantage. There's info from the side of Ascension, but the plant is going down on the table, so they won't be able to get bottom play of that. J-Man on the rafters will be pushing into sites, into CCTV. Diffuser is in cache, though, and both attackers are off-site. J-Man has no info on where they are, and he's just spraying wildly into nothing. Both attackers are at low health, though. Both were downed earlier in the round, and they weren't picked, and they were picked up. Sorry, but that doesn't matter if you only need to hit the head.
That's true. They are very low health, but he's going to peak and nothing doing. Pluto will get another kill on the round. I believe that was 3 for him, as he exploded on site and got a couple picks, and that one was a pretty easy one. As the Valk just peaked and pretty much didn't have a chance.
That was insane coming out from Pludio. Pludio sprang into action onto site, got 2 quick kills, got downed, got picked up, and then finished off the round.
Yeah, it was 2 down people that actually clutched the round out, believe it or not. So that's kind of ironic in the ways of Siege, but yeah, it means we have a really good match on hand, and it's 5-5. So yeah, this is looking pretty enticing. And we'll have to see how these next few rounds go, because
Attackers need to locate
one
and
round
defuse
can
the
make all the
bomb.
difference at this point in the game.
Yeah, and instead of trying for that same round again, same site again, essentially just going to rotate to the basement now that they can. And they're going to be bringing the double SDS shotguns, so they do seem to be wanting to do a lot of site construction. Along with that, they have the Goyo and the Maestro and the Jaeger. So this is very like bunker down and hold on to site style rather than the hold on to the rest of the map style that we saw earlier from them in the SSG hold. But massive holes getting opened up, and we're going to be seeing site held very strongly here, I believe.
Yeah, this is completely different, like you said before, than the SSG hold that they kind of had. It looks like they're gonna try to bunker kind of the same sort of play with that mute jammer and dirt. They're gonna have a shield pointing towards blue behind the rack in armory, and yeah, this could be a pretty effective hold as McFolds is gonna go roam upstairs. Um, Started to pick up the pace a little bit too. He's into 6 kills now, and the rest of his team have been picking up the kills as well. So they have been improving, but Barry and Wise Styes are just rushing into sight. They have more kills going, and they're just taking everybody out. Neo will finally stop the push at one point, and Gummy will get another. There's actually Plutio is down as well, and will get finished off. This is just a mad round as Jason and DJ are the only attackers left. You will see somebody. Gummy takes a lot of fire, and Jason will go down. Neo is the last one stuck in church. It is DJ and Jason with a semi-rush coming through, and we'll have to see if it's effective in the end, because Neo is under half HP, and the plant is already going down. Jason will be the plant, and he won't even get the plant off because DJ gets the pick. So that was quite a round. Fast plays coming through, rush right through blue, and lots of picks coming out of that. And in the end, Team Dyna will pick up their 6th round. They are on match point going into round number 12. So
Yeah, that was very fast. Like like you said, I would almost call it a rush. DJ was initially in dirt, and and then the rest of his team just pushed blue really fast, and just got their kills that they needed. Neo and I want to say Gummy were trying to hold out as long as possible with those SDS operators, but there's only so much that shotgun and SMG-11 can do when being faced by 4 different people. The Blitz 6-pick coming out is indicative of an even more aggressive rush. I think that Dyna think that they have figured out Ascension, and that Ascension does not deal well with aggression, so they're going to bring out even more of it. That Blitz doesn't see a lot of play anymore ever since shields have been pretty heavily nerfed into the ground, but in the capable hands of Blitz main, he can be very powerful. Ascension going for this bottom hold again. It didn't work out last time, but it did almost work last time. It was almost, I would almost say it was a throw from Ascension last round. But you can see almost every player is actually off site right now, doing setup or just roaming. Titan way off site with that pulse. He's going to be trying to survive as long as possible in order to deny that plant at the end. But Barry going to be pushing into logistics, it appears.
yeah, we'll have to see what kind of action this Blitz does. He's definitely going to be the center of attention, especially when they start hearing a clunk, clunk, clunk of a shield coming around. We'll have to see. Barry's already had 13 kills, and this is just a fast rush all the way in. I'm pretty sure there's somebody actually close to them, but
I saw that.
yeah, there was somebody behind them the whole time. This is just a full-on rush coming through construction. Barry will lead the way. This trained rush is just coming out to storm. Nades, Zofia stuns, everything coming out to play. But I don't even know if they knew that there was somebody behind them the whole time. C4, and this is just a flurry of kills. That is 4 consecutive kills for Ascension. And Plutio's the only one left. That was the biggest failed rush I have ever seen in my life. That was 4 kills in less than a second.
Yeah,
And
that was rough.
yeah, that was rough. That was very rough. Pludio is the last one alive. 1v5. He's getting shot from under the floor now, and he doesn't even have a chance to get in. What kind of a round was that? That was insane.
I think that okay, I guess there's a Rios coming in, but I think that Dinah kind of saw the success they had on the rush last round and decided to just double down on it. But yeah,
Oh, that was a rush for the ages, right? They missed the guy in gym, and there was so many people downstairs. I do not know what happened. That was a lot of kills in a short amount of time. Um, it looks like we're gonna have a full rehost here, as people are they're just asking for the full rehost. We'll get back to it as soon as we can. But in the meantime, that was interesting. I don't know what to say about that.
yeah, I mean, there's not much analysis to be done. I mean, Dinah just kind of rushed in and died on site. I mean, there was also the fact that I believe there was, I'm not entirely sure, but I believe that there was a player on the Rome that was behind them in gym and then flanked around and just got a flurry of kills there. But it was just not really. Dinah had no chance really. Like there was nothing that they were doing that was helping them.
Yeah, it was like they had drones in places, right? I don't know if it was, relatively the right places, but they missed a bunch of people. Maybe from the downstairs, they were getting shot from multiple angles when they got into sight. It just didn't seem like best time to do a rush, especially since they just had a rush. Bringing the blitz questionable, right? But they obviously had a plan. Didn't work. Yeah, not much to say other than that. What I will say is it'll bring it back to a 6v6. So we're gonna go into overtime when it comes back, and that's it'll be fun because it's first to 8, and it's all or nothing now. So
Yeah, it's now a best of three round as it's going to overtime, and every site is available. We'll have to see who gets which side. I mean, defense is most likely going to be favored here, but obviously that can change on a dime.
yeah, for sure. This has been a very equally matched game, I'd say. Especially, I mean, 6-6 doesn't get more even than that, right? But
Yeah,
even just looking at the board right now, J-Man's had 11 kills, Neo's had 11 kills. Well, actually, Neo's had 12 kills. Um, Barry's had a lot of kills. It's been a very frag-heavy uh, map, and yes, it's been very exciting to watch. That's for sure.
yeah, absolutely. We do see some very, very heavy fraggers coming out on both teams. Kind of, I don't want to say carrying their teams, but definitely getting the majority of the kills on the team. Obviously, with the other players helping them and providing support behind them. But for the most part, it's been very, very good siege play coming out from both teams here. And we'll be getting back into the map as soon as possible. We're just setting up the rounds wins and stuff, but we will be getting back in very quickly.
Yes, we're gonna have, like we said before, it's gonna be overtime, first to 8. If you didn't know if that's how it works, so yeah, we're gonna have who actually starts on defense. It is going to be, I don't know. Did we actually figure out who's gonna start on defense?
I do think it is a coin toss. Um, but we'll have to see who gets to start on defense. Um, obviously, whoever gets to start on defense will be in a better position. And yes, I do get confirmation from production that it is random.
All right,
And
so
yeah,
yeah, So we won't know until then, but it almost seems like whoever's gotten the defense has got the big advantage, especially after this game, seeing that both halves were 4-2s on their respective halves. So you'd have to think, statistically, logically, oh, defense is gonna get the most advantage. But this is overtime. It can go either way at this point. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, overtime is definitely like an entirely different beast compared to like the regular play. In overtime, all the strats get not necessarily flown out the window, but everybody's just trying to play as best they can. Each team is trying their very hardest to win because once you've won 6 rounds, you don't want to just lose 2 and then be out of the match and lose it. So you're going to be trying your very best in order to win it, to preserve your win. Whatever team doesn't win is going to be feeling pretty bad about themselves.
It's a close match either way. But
yeah, absolutely. Whoever wins this, I want to say that both teams have been playing exceptionally well. Obviously, with some questionable plays, for example, the blitz play, but for the most part, each team has been very impressive to me, especially when compared to last game when it was a 4 versus 5.
yeah, that's
And
for sure.
we'll get him back into the match right now, so you won't have to see our faces any longer. So it does appear that Team Dyna will be on attack first. So Ascension does appear to have a little bit of a advantage, but obviously not a huge advantage.
Right, yeah. It may only be defense, but it's not unstoppable like we've seen before. There has been attacking rounds won, right? So it's still a possibility. Anything is possible at the moment, especially since it looks like they're going down to Church Arsenal and might be going with this SSG strat again if they don't 6-pick off of this, which it doesn't look like they will. Okay, Cade will be 6-picking off to a Vigil. Interesting. Okay, so this is going to be quite the mashup since they got rid of the Cade, still have the Castle Mozzie Mute. Still
Yeah,
looks
so
like it could be
this is
SSG,
this is
but
going to be an SSG hold, and I think that's because they did actually win the last time they went on an SSG hold, while last time when they were just hungry down on site, Dyna just took the advantage of that and rushed site as fast as they could because they knew they didn't have to clear rumors because there weren't any. You see the Legion Mine getting put right behind black boxes. That's to deny plants in the very dying seconds of a round, so that because when you have a Guma in your leg, you can't plant. You have to take it out before you do that. So if Dyna's pressed for time and they go for a plant in that spot, which is a default position to plant in Church, they won't be able to. So I really like that coming out from Ascension. But now the round is starting, and Ascension is still reinforcing stuff. Visual's still downstairs, so that's not ideal. However, it will definitely still take time to get for the attackers to get down there.
not too sure where McFolds is going to be playing. Looks like he's going to sort of be playing in the same exact position as he was before.
No.
And out of nowhere, Known Titan getting the first pick on the Pluto. This is kind of a reoccurring. This is kind of looking exactly like the round before. We'll have to see how Team Dyna can adjust now, as Jason taking a ton of damage. I don't even know where that was from. He lost about 2/3 of his health, and he's sitting very close to about 40 health.
Yeah, the fact that Pluto did not fully drone rafters meant that Known Titan had a freebie in terms of his kill, and he's still alive. And Wise Size gets 2 kills, quick kills, and McFolds does get a repaired onto Barry though. So it is now a 3-3 advantage to nobody. Neo pushing up slowly, does get taken out from behind though as Wise Ties is in sight, and there are still 2 operators off site for the defense. And now in a 1 versus 3, McFolds is going to need to hold on for dear life. He gets the first, he gets the second, defuses down, but he cannot turn around fast now as DJ finishes the round, and Dyna go to match point on defense now.
That was pretty close. DJ didn't even see him pass by, but he was already on site. So it was a pretty easy for DJ. And like that, that is an attacking round for Dyna, and they're on match point. They're going into their defensive round now. It's now do or die on the side of Ascension. They need to win their attack to stay even.
Yeah, and the fact that Dyna is going to CCTV cache means that they're trying to throw off Ascension as much as possible, because if you remember, CCTV cache was their tertiary site when they were on the regular time on their defense. So the fact that they're going CCTV cache tells me that they're trying to pull in all the stops in order to win this match. And they're going to be bringing Maestro, which I really like. Barry was able to do some massive work on that Maestro earlier on, and we'll have to see if he can hold on to Raptors as effectively as he did before. We'll also see the Valkyrie coming out, and along with the Cade. That's going to help them hold on to site and get some intel effectively. Don't see any reinforcements, as I say that. Reinforcements coming out on Garage. So that's going to be a very nice boon for the Maestro to hold on to Rafters. It does appear my co-caster has fallen out again, but he's back, I think.
Hello? Okay, back.
Yeah, there you are. Okay, good. Yeah, so not much happened. Barry is on the Maestro again. He has some very nice ADSs and some reinforcements in Garage that will hold on to Rafters.
So pretty much what they did before, and they did win that pretty handily, if I do remember right. Barry taking off, but geez, Wise Tie is actually taking a ton of damage through the drone hole nonetheless, and he's sitting very close to no health. Pluto actually getting the first pick on the Gummy. That's not looking good, as that is the Habana actually gone with the Fuser. The Fuser won't be as difficult to get back, but still, that is a pick from the Shadow Realms. I don't even know where that was.
I have no idea. It might have been from...
Oh, no?
Was it from the strip? Possibly? I don't know. But that also means that the Hamon pellets that were on the garage wall didn't go and explode. So garage wall is still reinforced, although you do see the Capital. Oh no, DJ, you can't do that. You didn't take any damage even? J-Man missing all of his shots onto the Valkyrie and just gets taken out. This is looking very bad for Ascension, even after they got the first early damage on the Wise Dice. And then McFulls now is going to try to open up wall by himself. Actually, it is already open. I apologize. But Rafters is still in control of Dyna. Maestro just holding onto that with that Alda, ever so patiently, waiting for the attackers to push.
Yeah, Ying pushing in quite heavily. White Sides will get another pick though. There's just blind everywhere, and it's down to Neo as a 1v5. He can't get it, and they will get the round. Dino playing it out perfectly with a flawless round, and they will get the dub on this qualifier game.
Beautiful hold coming out from Dyna. And some unfortunate misses coming out from Ascension on that Valkyrie. He missed a lot of shots from J-Man onto the Valkyrie, but there's only so much you can do, and we will see Dyna win out the match and proceed further into the qualifiers.
Yeah, great game from both sides, though. I mean, 8-6, you can't get much closer than that. And yeah, that's pretty impressive that they could get that far in overtime. So yeah, unfortunately, we had one rehost that might have hiccuped a little bit of momentum, but either way, it was a great performance by both teams, and pretty glad that we got to see that one. That was pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. That was very good. We have a quick break coming out for you, and we'll be back very soon.
once again for Game 3. We don't quite know who it is yet, but we will have that soon enough. And yeah, we're going to have the last game of the night. Obviously, qualifiers will continue tomorrow as well. It'll be 2 games and then a couple tiebreakers if need be. So yeah, that's what you can expect tomorrow if you're looking for more qualifier games. So
Yeah, so we have one more game for you tonight. It'll hopefully be the most competitive because we are going to be casting the best teams so far in this qualifier. We're just figuring out who that is right now. Obviously, I'm Vulgar, and with me I have Tree Bear, and we'll be taking you to the final match of the night. So we've already seen 2 matches so far. They were
Yep.
very different matches. One was a 4 versus
Yeah.
5. One was a 5 versus 5. But other than that, there were some very significant differences in the teams.
Yeah, for sure. The last game that we just saw was on Clubhouse against Dyna and Ascension, and it was a very close game. It went all the way into overtime, and I feel like both teams were at a pretty equal level until the end. And yeah, it was pretty good match. The first one, obviously, 4v5. Can't do much about that. I think it was 7-4 in the end, and yeah, it's whatever. It happens, but yeah, we'll see if they can still make it. That would be them being Pew Pew Squad, and yeah. So, like he said before, 2 completely different matches. One was an hour and a half long. One was only 45 minutes. So.
Yeah, so it was yeah. So we're just waiting on some teams, but we will be getting into the match as soon as possible.
Yep.
We're just unfortunately waiting. That is a unfortunate fact of the matter of Siege. You have to wait for the other teams to finish their matches before we can cast the next ones. But yeah, so we've seen obviously Clubhouse and Oregon. Those are 2 very, very common maps, very strat heavy maps, and hopefully we'll see a third map tonight that isn't either Oregon or Clubhouse. And if we're lucky, maybe we'll see like theme park or villa or coastline, something a
What,
bit
not
interesting.
consulate? You don't want to see consulate? Like,
I mean, no. I mean, yeah, other than Clubhouse, Consulate's probably the most played out map in the pool right now. And it's been kind of attacker sided in an unfair way for a bit. I wouldn't be
yeah,
surprised to
yeah,
see it switched out with a different map in the future, but that is in the future. And as of right now, they could very well go to Consulate, and that would be fine.
yeah. Yeah, I guess
Uh,
we have the teams that are playing next. It's going to be Airstream Esport and hashtag Ment Squad. Menk Squad. That's a good one. All right. So yeah, we have the last few. We have no knowledge of these teams, so this is going to be completely out of the blue for us, and it'll all be new to us. So it's going to be different. Yeah, so we'll have to see what these 2 teams have in store for us for this last match of the night.
yeah, and we'll be getting your map bans very soon, momentarily. We'll have to see what map we play. I can see us going to any map. Any map is technically open. I wouldn't be surprised to see another Clubhouse or another Oregon, but if we're lucky, we'll see maybe a cafe or a coastline, something very interesting.
Yeah, just a little bit of variation would be nice for the night. We don't want to see a repeat, right? We need some new
Exactly.
maps. Yeah, we need some entertainment for the folks at home. So yeah, hopefully we can get these map bans started as soon as possible and get this game underway for you. As yeah, it's been a long qualifying night, that's for sure, and we appreciate everybody being here watching it. And like we said before, if you weren't here earlier, we have qualifiers again tomorrow. Tomorrow being Sunday, or it could be today, depending on where you're at. But yeah, tomorrow qualifiers, 2 more plus some change if need be. We are just now getting map ban link, so hopefully we can see this here soon. And yeah, my prediction from earlier was coastline. We've had Clubhouse in Oregon, and it looks like, luckily for Vulgar, we're gonna have Consulate out first, then Theme Park.
And then
Const-
Coastline's gone as well, which is a little
uh,
unfortunate. Bella's gone, so we're going to be going to Cafe, Oregon, or Clubhouse. If we're lucky, we'll get to see Cafe, but
yeah,
I would be very excited to see either Clubhouse or Oregon as well, because different teams are able to play them differently. So Oregon, or sorry, I should say Clubhouse is gone, and we'll be playing Oregon. Now, Oregon, the match that we did see on Oregon was very peculiar in that there were only 9 players in the match. So hopefully we will see a different outcome this time.
yeah, yeah. Hopefully it's a little cleaner, a little smoother than the last one. Hopefully we can give you a good match coming up. Like we said, it'll be hashtag Menk Squad and Aerostream Esports. So yeah, once again we're going to Oregon. Let's remind the folks at home, what kind of operators are you looking for in Oregon map or Oregon operator ban?
So Oregon has quite a bit of hard breach on it, and it's not it's not uncommon to see a Thatcher ban or a Maverick ban or even an Ace or Habana ban. Typically, you won't see a Thermite ban because he's a little bit less vital, I would say. Obviously, he's extremely strong still, but you typically won't see him banned, although it's not unheard of. And then in terms of defender lineup, we'd likely to see Mira ban because Oregon's probably her strongest map, I'd say, with the exception of maybe Villa, but like even then, I think Oregon's still better for Mira. So I would not be surprised to see a Mira ban at all. Well, my ban would also be very common in order to stop the 20-second meta from developing in the match.
Yeah,
Other than that, maybe I don't know, Bandit, Kaid ban. Maybe not Bandit, but maybe Kaid ban. Who knows? We'll have to see.
yeah, we have seen quite a few bans today. We saw the Ace ban last game, so that could be even a possibility. We could see some sort of wacky ones, but like usual, those are pretty rigid picks. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that Thatcher's probably gonna get banned again, and yeah, I probably agree with probably the Maverick. It's been such a menace lately, and I don't know. It seems like it's always a menace. So yeah, that's
Yeah, I mean,
pretty
I've been
pretty
over it
regular.
before, but yeah, he has such a strong kit. Like even regardless of his primary gadget, he also has nades. He's also a 3-speed. His gun is pretty good and has an angled grip. So like he's just very strong in all fronts, and he can do a little bit of everything really. And there's no real counter for him other than shooting his head, which is the counter to any operator. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, especially when you wall bang them twice in an early round, right? That's a good way to counter him pretty easily. But yeah, this is probably gonna be a different. I'd be surprised if it was the same. Let's just be honest. If it was the same Oregon, same type of game, oh, I would. Oh, that would be painful to watch. That would be very painful. Hopefully we don't. It's been good the last couple, or should I say the last game. So yeah, it was a very good match. Hopefully we can see another thrilling overtime match at Oregon once again. Uh, we haven't really talked much about the last game, and we're still trying to get people in the lobby. So why don't we talk about that? What impressed you from Team Dana?
So Dyna were very, very aggressive in their attacks and very strategic in their defense, which I like in a team. A lot of teams are either just always like always super aggressive or always super strategic, but Dyna kind of knew how to play it so that they were able to kind of play off of the weakness of Ascension. So like when Ascension was taking too long to execute, they would play extremely strategic and just wait in sight. If Ascension were playing a little bit more aggressive, then Dyna would match that and rush them, and they would typically win. They won more than they lost, obviously, considering they won the match, and they just played their aggression really well. There was really calculated aggression. It wasn't just blind aggression, with the exception of maybe the blitz play, which was a
Yeah.
little bit questionable. But other than that, it was extremely well played from Montana. Yeah.
All right, let's switch it to the other side then. What did you see from Ascension that you really liked?
So yeah, Ascension, they were playing very very nice defenses. I mean, obviously it's Clubhouse. There's not a lot of innovation you can do at that point. But I liked the hold that they were doing in the basement with the SSG holds that they had. When Dyna didn't just rush them and kill the ball a bit in the first like minute of the round.
Yeah.
I did like when Dyna did do that blitz rush. Ascension were able to hold extremely well with that play below in below CCTV. They were able to get some C4 kills, some shots from below through the floorboards. There was that nice roam flank. They were just they countered that play very well. Just unfortunately, they weren't able to close it out when they needed to.
Yeah, it was definitely a good match indeed. Ascension just coming a bit short. They couldn't get that first defensive overtime round, and probably hurt them pretty badly in the end. Well, obviously it did because they lost the round. They lost the overtime. So either way, it was a good match on Clubhouse nonetheless. Pretty comfortable for everybody. Whenever you see kind of Clubhouse, you kind of assume it's going to be pretty close and it'll be pretty exciting. It was quite an exciting game. We had quite a few uh, double digit fraggers out there, so that was exciting to watch too. Who let's if you could give one MVP for that last game, who would it be?
Honestly, I would have to say that probably Barry. He was a monster on the Elda, like in the early stages of the match, and then he was able to just continue fragging later in the match. Like players, some of the players were just like they were either hit or miss. Like they got quite a few kills, but they were also the opening death quite often. So like ultimately they kind of didn't really have enough impact on the match. But Barry was just consistently in there, holding onto site very effectively. He was playing good on the attack as well. He was opening what he needed to, and he just played extremely well. So I would give the MVP to him.
Yeah, I think that's pretty well worth it. He played very well, and he was fragging out of his mind, like you said. So, yeah, it was it was something. It was a spectacle to watch for sure, and his team paid a good price for it too. They won the round pretty much, or they won the game off of his fragging capabilities. So, yeah, it
Yeah,
was a
but
pretty
we're
effective
just
game.
about to get into the match. We're just starting up the game as we speak, and we'll be looking at the operator bands very shortly.
Yes, more operator bans for Oregon. We already told you our predictions, so hopefully you can see
Yeah, hopefully, we don't look
assemble,
like fools.
assemble, assemble. What is that? I don't know what that is, but
Dave
Nib's
sings
coming
the
in with the
cringe,
cringe.
I guess. Already
Cringe
some
coming
heat
in from
going
Nib.
around. Yeah, already some salt being thrown around, but we'll see the Thatcher band, so we're not wrong yet.
Yeah, that was one of the main predictors, right? I mean, Thatcher's been banned in almost every single game I've ever watched, so yeah, it's a surprise when you even get to see a Thatcher. He's getting lonely sitting on the bench sometimes, but he can join with Ace because Ace will be banned next. That was hashtag Menk Squad. That is such a hard name to say.
I'm just gonna call
Uh,
them Menk, I think, or
I think so too.
I
Yeah.
don't think I can keep saying Menk Squad or hashtag Menk Squad.
Hans, after I'm gonna boost you. Oh, There we go. Hans is giving the love, yes. But yeah, we will see the next ban coming from Menk is going to be the Malusi. We have actually seen the Malusi tonight, and I think it's a pretty common ban nowadays. I think she's just kind of annoying. Nobody really likes playing against her. And somebody else they don't like playing against is the Mira. Now, Mira is banned almost 75% of the time, I'd say. Probably a little bit less, probably a little bit
Yeah.
more. I don't know. But
I
yeah.
mean, I think the mirror ban is kind of say map dependent. Like on Oregon, I would say it's close to like 95% of the time Mira's banned because she's just so strong on like every single site on this map. Whereas a map like say, uh, what's an example? I guess. Um, hmm, can't think of one now. Some of that clubhouse, she's not quite so strong on most sites, so you don't often see her banned. Although like she is so quite frequently banned. But for the first defense, we'll have um, uh, going up top is
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Airstream. Sorry, I couldn't remember their name for some reason, but yeah, Airstream going top floor. They will be bringing the castle to protect that big window. That could get opened up pretty easily by either Sophia or Ash or possibly somebody else if they just punch it enough. But other than that, it seems to be a pretty default setup coming out from Airstream. Not much innovation to do on the top floor anymore, but it is definitely a good hold.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, a couple interesting Mozzie pests being put
5
near
seconds left
the
before
first floor for Dusty, that is, and yeah, he's just kind of spreading the wealth and seeing where you can find. Obviously, they also have the mute. They can put stuff all over the map if they need to. And on the other side, we do see a Twitch. You don't see Twitch very often, but it could be a little troublesome, especially since, like we said, there's a Mozzie and a mute. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of plays she can do with that drone.
Yeah, it does look like she's going to be trying to get the mute jammers or the banner batteries that are on bedroom wall. The mute jammer is a little bit further out, so we'll have to see. The Ash does get take care of it though, so the Catharsis on Thermal is going to be trying to open up the wall, and he does look to be successful. So wall open within the first minute of the round. That's very soon, very quick opening of the bedroom wall. No pressure at all on Attic though, which might bite them later on. Dusty just holding on to the first floor, trying to get a C4 later on from below. The C4 coming out from the Valkyrie will only hit a drone, but that is it. Triax does miss the player. Nibs, though, getting the first kill of this match onto Catharsis, so that's the Thermite dead. Now, he already did his job, and he did do quite a bit of damage onto Nibs, so this isn't the biggest deal. However, that is still a man down, and one less gun up. But Wizzy now on another kill onto, or actually on a refrag onto Trix, so that is now equalized.
Yeah, it looked like he was downstairs somewhere. I'm not sure where Wizzy actually got that kill from, but it was the Valkyrie, so I'm assuming downstairs. In the meantime, Nomad will go down and get finished off by Nibs once again. I believe that was on the wall. And yeah, he's just popping off the moment. Wizzy getting another one as long as Popco, that's an amazing name. Avalon will be falling as well as Nibs. So it's down to a 2v3 on the side of the defenders. Dusty and Joker, Mozzie and Castle, both playing sight, it looks like. Just taking out drones, playing it nice and safe at the moment.
And Dusty does not have his C4 anymore, so he can't really deny playing without direct line of sight, which is dangerous. Now, the execute is going to be coming down soon. Only 40 seconds left in the match, or in the round, I should say. Floor getting opened up under Dusty. He's going to need to move. He does get stunned out as well. And barely misses the shot on Zofia. He doesn't see the person coming up white. It's a free pick. Oh, and almost hits the shot on from Joker, but Dio does shut him down. First round, going to the attack quite handedly.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid execute in the end. Got a little freaky at one point, but Nibs popping off, but he eventually got shut down. Somebody actually has disconnected on the side of Menk. I don't know what that was, but we'll have the pause timer, and he joins back pretty quickly. So it's no big deal. We'll have him back ASAP, and to see what he picks. Okay, he's going back to the Twitch. No big surprise there, and it looks to be almost the same lineup on the side of Airstream. They do bring a Vigil this time on the side of Tricks. So this will be interesting. I don't know what they're trying to go for here. They're going to the same
Yeah,
site.
so yeah, it's a Vigil instead of a Valkyrie, which honestly, if I'm Airstream, I feel like Valkyrie is better than a Vigil in this instance. I mean, obviously, we don't know what they're talking about. We don't know what they're going to be doing. So maybe the Vigil is better for what they're trying to do. But in my experience, Intel tends to beat having the Vigil, which the Valkyrie brings a ton of. But we'll have to see what he does. Maybe he can make it work. That K1A is definitely not to be scoffed at. It's definitely a very solid weapon in the right hands, especially with that angled whip can be put on it. And Trix is now going to try to give all the viewers a seizure as he spins around very quickly. And he's in the basement, so he's going to be going on a deep roam, trying to waste time and maybe get a free pick or two out of it. But now that the round has started, we'll have to put the pedal to the metal as Menk is unleashed.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like they're trying to go for about the same pick. Dio not quite hitting that vault prompt yet. And there we go. He gets it that time. But yeah, this is almost the exact same push as last time. As you can see, Wizzy is playing that same sort of classroom push, just making sure there's nobody jumping out for him. Ozzy is actually playing very close to him, but nonetheless, he's not going to have any sort of engagement right now. Dio actually pushing very hard into trophies, very close in the trophy. Like, this is kind of nuts how far he's actually there. Not Dio, that's the Vigil of Tricks was actually trying to get a 2-floor angle, and there's just chaos going through. Nibs is actually going to push really hard and get the diffuser and the thermite again. That is the exact same, like, look, that is the exact same health, that's the same pick and everything.
Yeah.
That's
This is
deja
so
vu at its finest.
Yeah, if I didn't know better, I would assume this is just the first round again. But no, so Trix is actually playing below still, so he's still alive. They don't exactly know where he is, but Wizzy is trying to find him. He doesn't know he's downstairs though, and Trix is going to run off. Nib's down playing on top of white stairs. As long as he doesn't pull a Canadian, he should be fine there. Now, oh, Wizzy, no way. Oh, Dusty doesn't, Wizzy does not check his corners, and Dusty gets a free kill onto Wizzy. That is unfortunate from Wizzy, but now in a 5 versus 3, this is looking a lot better from Airstream than it was last round.
They will be able to get the diffuser pretty easily too. And with that Twitch right near, they're going to lose a pretty good gun. Actually, somebody else, Popko will pick it up. That is the Sophia. So they still have the F2 in hand, and he's just going to annihilate Nibs on white. Trix will get a kill on a Popko, and he actually had the diffuser, so that's quite an interesting one. And he's just going to come up white and just demolish Dio. So it's all down to Kokono, and no, he doesn't get the chance. Avalon is going to hop in back, and it's going to be around for Airstream.
Yeah, now tied up at 1 apiece. We definitely have a match on our hands. Airstream likely to go to the basement now for a very strong site.
Yeah, it was pretty strong hold that time from Airstream. Maybe the Vigil was all they need to cause some mayhem, and yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do there. As look, they're already going down to laundry. They're gonna bring the Kaid, smoke the whole 9 yards. They got what they need, and yeah, we'll have to see if they can win this one.
Cocky News switching from the Nomad to the Sledge. Interesting choice considering there's not really much vertical soft destruction available for the attacks. But I guess they think that they feel that they can hold their flanks effectively with drones, not needing the Nomad charges. We do look to be seeing a blue bunker hold, which is very strong, and I love it, and it is fairly default, but I still love to see it because it requires a lot of coordination, a lot of moving parts in order to succeed. You see Trick setting up those ADSs for Avalon to play, and also some barbed wire. Dio getting a switch thrown in there might be able to wreak some havoc.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this round plays out because it's pretty
5
much
seconds left.
like you said. The only difference on the attacking side is the sledge, so that's a bit different than a nomad, I'd say. And yeah, it's gonna be quite the difference, and we'll have to see how he can play into the round. Everything's still getting set up at the moment, but for the most part, it looks like a lot of people playing down low. They got Nibs and Avalon, at least on the bottom floor. I believe there's a few others as well. He's getting droned out by a Twitch drone. He's actually going to lose the Twitch drone, and we'll have to see how well he can hold his spot. He's actually getting reinforced out. Okay, I was about to say, that's quite interesting. I don't know if that's just a bait or what that was. Either way,
that
that's
was likely
quite
a
odd.
bait to try to like bait them into pushing it while he's reinforcing, but now he's getting flashed out, naded out, so he does actually reinforce it, and just in the nick of time as the sledge nades him out. That's probably what the sledge was brought for those sets of nades. But now blue control is in favor of Menk.
A bomb has been located.
Although they didn't, Airstream did not lose any players, so that is a plus. However, they also did not waste probably enough time, as much time as they were hoping to. The Valkyrie Cam giving some information though for Menk as Dio pushes into pillar. Does not see anybody. However, might get peeked at any moment. Wizzy holding the flank as he's just waiting for a player on Menk to push him.
There's quite a few people playing towards the lobby side of the map. It's kind of like a half and half at this point. Joker's playing close to the bomb inside of supply room, and he's got support from Avalon, so this is pretty close. Nibs is upstairs at the moment, but look at Wizzy. He's got a lot of patience here, as he's been holding this for quite a while. We're gonna have to see if that pays off on Nibs. Nibs peeks the corner, and it will pay off. Wizzy staying there for so long, and it paid off so well. That's pretty impressive with the patience of an Ash. So yeah, the wall will get open eventually by this thermite. I think they're just taking their time, and there it goes. As you can see, the debris flying past Joker's screen. Trix is just peeking a nice little pixel onto Freezer, and yeah, everything has just come to a standstill with 40 seconds left. Assuming there's going to be quite a flurry on the site, Catharsis will take his spot in default plant spot, and he's going to start going for it. There's going to be flurry of kills. Dio gets one, Wizzy gets another, and Kokono actually gets another. It's all down to Avalon. He has one kill, but it's a 1v5. He's going to have to ace for this with a smoke. This is going to be quite difficult. Diffuser's already down, and they're pretty much off-site at this point. There might be one behind him if he's not careful. Just peeking everything really slowly, and he won't get the kill. Popco actually getting it in the end. That would be the Zofia with the Playmaker. Oh yeah, he just saw his leg, and pretty easy kill on the side of Popco.
Yeah, very strong play coming up from Menk. Excellent push, excellent take, just very coordinated overall. The fact that they were able to get blue control so early on in the round, I think, gave them the confidence and the pressure they needed to push site really effectively without worrying about running out of time. The fact that Wizzy was able to act as like a human nomad charge by just shooting anybody that came towards him while he was on the flank watch meant that Nibs was shut down extremely effectively while he was trying to go for a flank on tower stairs. So I really liked that coming out from Menk. It was just an extremely effective pull or an extremely effective push, and just Airstream was not prepared to deal with it. Airstream going for the same spot again, although they will switch it up. They'll bring the Goyo instead of the Vigil, so that's a lot more utility than before. With
More
those
C4s as well.
shields. Yeah, more C4 as well. Yeah, so this is I do like this switch up, and I do like to see the Goya. He can be very strong if you are in a coordinated team, which I'm guessing Airstream is going to be, considering they are in this qualifier.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, and you can actually see Nibs is placing both of those down on pillar.
5 seconds left.
So it's gonna be interesting how he plays around this, considering, you know, one of those is interesting. Oh, Nibs is actually gonna go for the drone. He actually finds the Twitch drone. Very good, very nice little play. I like that. Getting a little bit of drone economy off the board, and Nibs is going right back to his pillar spot. Looks like Menk are trying for the same exact push, and there's that nice tasty angle for Nibs to play if he can. It's actually reinforced completely on the inside of bunker this time. Look, Dusty is playing right here, making sure, hey, Will, you can't do the same thing twice. And yeah, looks like they're just going to push in slowly. Lots of drones going into pillar. Nibs is going to be surrounded by about three of them at this point, but yeah, he'll take at least one out. Tharsis and Dio actually getting both of their drones taken out as well. So Dio without any drones left, and also Coconut without any drones left either. Ooh, this could be a nice peek if Dusty peeks. There you go. It's a nice peek from Dusty. That is the sledge off the board, so no more nades coming through for Mink.
Yeah, Wizzy trying to get the refrag onto Dusty here, but Dusty is not letting him have it for free. He will be pre-firing it as he pushes the stairs. Tricks, though, getting another kill onto Dio, so now in a 3 versus 4, Menk is not looking great. I do like the adaptation that Airstream has done. They're not trying to hold onto blue because they've seen how effective Menk is at actually taking it. So therefore, they're just going to ignore it completely and just hold on the pillar itself instead, which they are doing very effectively, even though Nibs did die very early on. Electric wall getting opened up, but there's only a minute left in the round as Dusty gets yet another kill onto Wizzy, so he does end up winning against the Ash. Now, 2 people left, both in bunker. Catharsis looking to push into red, but he's getting pre-fired from every which way. He looks at the stairs. He doesn't see Dusty, but Dusty looks to be peeking. Oh, he just barely sees the gun barrel, but does not land a shot. Dusty now just waiting out. Waiting with Catharsis, wasting the time. 45 seconds left. Popko is in sight, not taking damage from that smoke canister, and is now alone as Trix gets to kill the Catharsis. 1 versus 4. Popko will need to get a 4K in order to win this. It's not looking good. He does get the first kill. Still not taking damage.
How is he not in that? What?
I suppose he's just has strong lungs, but now Dusty is also low health, so this is looking doable. 20 seconds remain though, and he will need to get the point down very soon. He does not have diffuser, I don't think, so this is going to be difficult for him. Yeah, diffuser's down in pillar, and Joker does get the peek onto Popko and wins it out.
The only thing I have to say about that round is, how is he not choking on smoke? That was just weird. I don't know how. I mean, it looked like he was in it the whole time, but you know, smokes be weird sometimes.
Maybe they added another passive for Sophia. Now she has extremely strong lungs as well as being able to withstand.
She's the passive queen, that's for sure. Yeah, that's that'd be a funny one. Yeah, just to piss off the Siege community more. Let's just give her another passive that breaks the game. But you know, it is what it is. We will see an even round count once again, and Airstream are gonna go up to kids and dorms. So this will be what, the third time they go there? Or second? I think it was third, right?
Yeah, this will be the 3rd time that they go here. Yeah, so now we're tied up 2-2. Honestly, this is favoring Menk so far, considering that Oregon, like most siege maps, is fairly defender-sided. So the fact that they're going toe-to-toe with Airstream on the 2 primary default sites tells me that Menk does have this in the bag. However, once the sides switch, we could definitely see Airstream attempt to reverse this, or even this round. Very similar lineups coming out from both teams. You have the Maverick this time, so that is going to help deal with any wall denial, as well as a Nomad. So they're going to be not relying on Wizzy to be holding onto that angle for like 2 minutes this time. They're going to be putting on those air jabs.
Yeah, there's quite a big adaptation inside of Menk, right? They have the Maverick and the Thermite this time, probably a good choice. as well as, you know, the Nomad and the Sledge. So they've been kind of going back and forth on these operators, but they decide, what the hell, we'll just bring them all this time. So maybe it'll work out better for Menk, even though they did win the first time. And look at that, Maverick making
That was
quick work of
extremely
that wall.
fast.
That was extremely fast, yeah. Trix is saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna get out of there." That was that was pretty amazing how fast that was. Popgo going to be trying to entry into garage, and it looks like they're gonna have pretty much full control of attic if they need it. Now Catharsis is waiting for somebody to get this mute jammer so they can get the wall. I think there's just a bit of bait coming through from the castle of Joker. That's pretty funny, yeah. And you know, they get the wall open at this point. A big amount of damage coming through Nibs as well, and Nibs will get downed and finished from Catharsis. I believe that was through the main wall or trophy. So yeah, that's a mute off the board as well as the castle. So Dio coming in clutch with the Maverick, and yeah, this attic is starting to play pretty big favor inside of Menk.
Yeah, Mank is pushed fully into attic now, and they have also bedroom wall opened. So the first smoke canister coming out. And it's going to delay the push for a little bit, but not enough for for them to win the round. I don't think. Nade getting thrown out won't do any damage, but it will force the smoke out for a brief second. However, his shotgun is ready for the push. If he can hold on to this for long enough, they can win. 50 seconds now. Those smoke canisters are going to be doing some massive work. Catharsis, though, runs into sight and is trying to go for a plant on top of the food stable. However, it does not look like he's able to get it because of the bumps, I believe. C4 coming out, but it does get taken out by Wizzy, so now in a 1 versus 5, Trix is going to need to ace in order to win this. So if he's just planning and Trix does not get another kill.
Yeah, it wasn't even close in the end as Dio snipes him down. And yeah, that was quite a good round for the attackers there. That was beautifully executed. And yeah, quite a few picks coming through at once. That pick from Wizzy was perfect timing. Just as he threw up the C4, Wizzy peeking it. And yeah, pretty much saved his teammate's life at that point. It was a very good execution for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mank now up to 3-2. At worst, they can tie the half, and they are attacking, so they're in a very good position to win this match outright. However, Airstream does have one more round on their side of defense to bring it back to tie it up.
Wow, and look at this. They're actually going for a meeting hall kitchen.
Attackers need to
And
locate
despite
and
all of the
defuse
other
the
sites that
bomb
they
if
have
can.
open, they're going to go meeting hall kitchen. Maybe try to throw them off a little bit, see what's what about this site. We have not seen this site tonight, actually. We've only seen the dining side, so this is meeting hall is the first one of the night. Maestro, and I believe that's the only change, really. So Avalon will be put on the duty of Maestro, and pretty much all of the same ones from last round as well. You got Joker on Castle, Dusty Mozzie,
10
Nibs on the
seconds to
mute.
go.
He's been playing that pretty much the whole game, and Trix is going to be on Jaeger again. It looks like they're going to try to play up in this attic area too, so it looks like a pretty big top hold if I do say so myself. And yeah.
Yeah, Airstream seems to be trying to extend sight as much as possible, like in all directions. You see them opening up security walls as well in kitchen in order to just hold as much of the map as possible, like as a site. And I do like that because it means that Menk is going to have a lot less room to maneuver in the map itself. They will be clearing T3 first, just as you do, and then down into tower. They're going to be trying to open up attic in order to get the angle onto meeting, most likely. And with the Maverick, they're going to probably make short work of this wall. However, it'll be another matter entirely if they're going to be able to push into site itself or not.
Yeah, quite a few people pushing in a tower at this point, and it looks like they're going to start to work the wall. Nibs is going to make a couple holes down below, and C4 going out does not do any damage at all. So wasted C4, and it will. I don't know. That's a questionable C4 at that point.
Yeah, I think if Nibs throws the C4, like as the wall gets soft, you could get a kill, but now it's too late now. You won't be able to get anything. Oh, but the drone is on him as well, so they're going to be able to see that. There's a castle barricade though protecting him, so they won't be able to push him too effectively. Sledge is going to open up the soft wall as the C4 gets thrown out and misses entirely. Nothing connects. That's 2 C4s down now that have done nothing so far. Maverick opening the bottom now as Wizzy from below getting the kill into Nibs. Beautiful shots coming out.
Oh,
That hatch working against him as the site is now as Menk is now constricting around airstream. But now a beautiful shot from Dusty coming out onto Kakanu, and Joker holding this long angle as well with that 1.5x sight.
Located a bomb.
yeah.
Meeting
Wall
wall
get
does
opened
get
by.
opened up.
Yeah, it's getting opened up, and there's still quite a few people on the board with only 55 seconds left. And you still got a lot of people
Bomb
upstairs. You
located
got
by attackers.
not a lot of map control on the side of Menk actually, but all they really need is the meeting hall, and it's being contested by quite a few people. That is.
Yeah, Joker with this long range with the ump, it's going to be very deadly considering how low recoil that gun has at range. Wizzy actually does manage to get inside, but falls back off, trying to push the castle, does get the beautiful headshot into Joker, so now that is sight available to be planted in. The Maestro Cam gets shot with the Ash charge, I believe, and the plant is going to try to go down by Catharsis.
Attackers have dropped
Starts
the bomb.
putting it down, but then
15 seconds.
goes down himself from Dusty. Dusty, man, putting massive work from above, but Dio does take down Tricks. Dusty's still up, though.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. 5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
Dio's gonna push around into connector, and he's gonna find Dusty. It's all down to Avalon in a 1v1, but they're gonna win off of time. Dio could not find that diffuser in time and get it down. That's a pretty good play on time there from the Maestro.
Yeah, he knew that he only needed to survive for a second, and he did. That's beautiful play, and now we're going to be tied up at the half. Now, Airstream going on to attack, Men going to defense. We'll have to see what these two teams can do. Basement, it will be the first site played. Very interesting. They do have the Smoke Elite on, which is not technically allowed, although I do think the Smoke Elite itself is a bit obnoxiously visible, so it shouldn't give an inherent advantage, but it's still not technically legal.
Yeah, and it's just gonna keep getting played without anything noticing. I don't think anybody's really making a protest on it at the moment. So we digress and we move on. At the moment, we might see you later in the match if something's happening. Either way, Menk, I think, are gonna make a big statement on this round, whether they win or lose. This is gonna be kind of the make or break, I think, for either team, considering that it's 3-3. Menk did a really good job on attack. Let's be honest. They held their own on attack. Now we have to see what they can do on defense. If they can have a good defensive round, it could be pretty easy for them. But that is a 3-3 round last time, so it could happen exactly the same way. And yeah, we'll have to see what kind of goes on.
Interestingly, so it does look like they are going to be Menk is going to be going for the bunker hold. However, they've opened the right side, the right panel, rather than the left panel, which, while I don't think is bad, it is odd. Most teams will opt to open the left panel, so that's just something to take note of. We'll have to see if it works in their favor or not. You got Kokinu holding on to Freezer, although I do think the hatch is soft above him, so he might have to fall off of that shortly. Dio, though, is going to be holding on to this close angle. Wizzy with a beautiful kill into Dusty. We didn't actually see it, but that is a good way to start the half.
Yeah, he was
playing
playing
down as well.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to get some early access upstairs, and yeah, Wizzy was not having any of it. The Ash Jaeger main coming in clutch on the roam. Now there's still quite a few people who are trying to clear upstairs. And Wizzy's just just going by himself. He's not giving a care in the world. He's just leading him on a wild goose chase at this point. So we'll see how effective he can be in the future.
Wizzy shoots through that wall, but he didn't. Okay, so Wizzy's now holding onto tower. If he can get this pick onto the Ash, that'd be great. Ash is gonna be peeking in the kitchen. They don't know where Wizzy is. If he peeks the wrong way, oh, it will be droning though. Drone may have not seen Wizzy. Wizzy might be safe. Looks like somebody's gonna be peeking him. They don't see him. Oh, but Wizzy almost misses him, and he does get the kill. And he's now gonna be peeking on the Ash, but Trix is better in this instance. He does get the kill into Wizzy. Beautiful shot coming out. Now, but still in a 3 versus 4. Menk does still have, Menk still has the advantage. Nibs trying to push onto blue as Trix pushes down pillar.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a big tower push coming through, and they already have the wall reinforced, and it looks like they're going to try to bandit trick actually.
Attackers have
This
located a
this
bomb.
might have been seen by the side of Airstream, I mean, and he's just going to put down his bandit batteries. It looks like no need to even waste those really. 'Cause if anything, they don't have a Thatcher to blow them up, and there's no Kali on the board either. So yeah, we'll have to see how the bandit plays this out. Maestro Cam will spot the Maverick. We'll go down to Kokono, who is playing in Freezer. This Maverick is actually, or this Maestro is playing in a very great spot, especially for a default plant. There was another pick in the instance. It's down to 2v3 for the attackers at this moment. Trix and Joker, the Ash and the Thermite, going in the site at the moment. He's gonna actually peek wide and get a kill. That's perfect. Joker is gonna be planting. There's a C4 going out, but it doesn't do enough damage. Catharsis goes around and actually gets 2 though, and he will finish the round for Menk.
Yeah, after the C4 missed, Catharsis had to redeem himself, I guess, so he gets a quick 2 kills. Real nice coming out. That roam from Wizzy, though, was beautiful, and I think ultimately won them the round. So going up top floor now is Menk, and they are going to be trying to bring this over to 5-3.
Yeah, that was looking a little scary there at the moment. It looked like Trix was starting to push in and starting to feel himself, and in the end, just barely missed where Catharsis was, and he got the 2K because of it. So
Yeah, Trix now switching from the Ash to the IQ. Bringing a little bit less utility with the IQ than the Ash,
Attackers
however,
locate
bringing
and
a lot
defuse
more
bombs.
firepower with that G8. So he will be looking to get some more kills. Tarsus with the bandit still. He does appear to like that. Those bandit batteries and that MP7. It's definitely a good gun. Wizzy setting off a peek from below onto Classroom. He would maybe able to
yes.
catch some players off guard.
yeah, if anybody tries to go, they do have a Thermite on the board. If he tries to go for it, he's gonna start to
10 seconds left.
second guess himself at the look of the that hole. So yeah, I like that hole. It's a good deterrent for sure. And at the moment, I don't think anybody's even
Attackers
playing
must
on it, so
locate
it could
and
just be
defuse a bomb.
a little bit of a bait. But either way, it looks like a lot of people are actually on site. I don't think, is there even anybody off site?
Unless you consider Attic off-site, then no. Although Dio does actually
yeah,
is
there you
actually
go.
on off-site, yeah. So Dio will be playing in Tower, it appears. Although Airstream does seem to be pushing mostly from the south into the bedroom. Interestingly, this Claymore, I don't know if it actually got put down or not. I don't think it did.
Oh yeah, it's still in his pocket.
So second guessing that. Default cam is still up, so they do know that nobody's pushing
Bomb
from
located by
tower because
attackers.
of the fact that that cam is still up. They're watching it for a burnout though, and many magnets actually come out. Oh, I think that's 3 magnets in games itself, and yeah, he was having a field day with those, taking them out as he pleases. Impact Trick attempted to come out there, but it is completely unsuccessful as the wall gets opened for free. Beautiful coming out from Airstream as Menk is now on the back foot.
Finally a pick coming through for Trix onto Dio. That's going to be the Valk gone. And yeah, this is looking like a pretty heavy push on the site, on the side of Airstream if they can get into it. Kokono is going to be playing a nice tight angle. Will get droned out by Nibs. And my stream lag.
Yeah, unfortunately, but Avalon does appear to get the Kokono, and Dusty gets Wizzy. So now Airstream in a very strong position. It is the 2 versus 5, 2 versus 4, I should say, as Catharsis get to kill onto Nibs, evening it a little bit. However, he's going to need to do a lot more work if he wants to take this. Smoke is the last player alive as Trix gets to kill onto Catharsis. He still has Nothing because he's dead. Tricks with beautiful plays coming out from there. That G8 is a beast, and if you can combine that with good aim like that and good recoil control, it is very difficult to kill you.
Yeah, there wasn't much going on the side of Menk that time. They were just getting popped one by one. And in the end, it was a 1v4 for the side of Popco. And that brings us back to even on the round count. Now, this could be something a little dirty. Nibs is coming out with a Blackbeard pick. You don't see that every day. Um, we'll have to see where are they going to put this because they are going kids' bedroom again. And yeah, they're not six picking off of that. Oh, then as I speak, Caster's Curse, they're going to go Maverick instead. So, yeah,
Yeah,
that's.
so I mean, honestly, I didn't hate the black. I don't hate the Blackbeard pick because
Attackers need to locate and
there's a
defuse as
lot
many
of windows
bombs
on the
as they
site,
can.
and they're less important now that Oregon's being reworked. So Blackbeard wouldn't be as good as he was before the rework, but he's still like very strong. Like you can play on that kids window, you can play on that big window, even games window is viable to play on with Blackbeard, and you can deny a lot of sight. But honestly, the Maverick is probably the better pick. With the frags, with the wall destruction, etc. But this Catharsis is going to be putting a Goyo shield in
10
an
seconds
interesting
left.
spot. So that is actually to make it.
5 seconds
Oh,
remaining.
okay.
Okay.
So this is to stop them from shooting it from below. So the Goyo shield will actually be able to prevent the IQ from detecting, or no, she'll still detect it, but she'll be able to shoot it directly because the lip of that shield is actually going to be over the Electroclaw. So that is a very smart play. I like it a lot, and we'll have to see if it's successful or not.
One thing is they are going to have to use utility. They do have a Zofia, and wow, Dusty annihilates Wizzy from garage onto that Z hallway. That was a pretty quick kill. It's not even 220 yet, and Luck Trix is actually trying to get in. He's thinking, what the heck is going on right now? They're probably going to have to get the Zofia over at the moment. He's just freaking out. This is actually pretty funny. And there we go. There goes the Goyo shield. That means the paid charge is also gone. And yeah, it didn't last for as long as we were hoping. But either way, the wall will get open. Jaeger devices going off all over the place. And yeah, this is looking like a pretty easy round coming through from Airstream as Catharsis goes down to a nade from Nibs. Dio will get a refrag on the Tricks, and it's down to a 3v4 on the side of the defenders. They do have quite a few angles still being played, but there's a lot of drones on the field for the side of Airstream.
Yeah, this is definitely possible for men, but it will be challenging for sure. Dio and Kakino definitely holding onto some tight angles, Popko as well, and yeah, they still have a lot of time though to hold. Nomad trying for the trick with the knife, but he base out into Joker's waiting arm, and Dio will get the refrag onto Dusty though. So now 2 versus 3, as we're going toe to toe. Dio though is trying to get Popko gets taken down by Avalon. And Nibs will get the final kill into Dio as attackers win the. They go up to 5-4, I believe. So that's very nice play from Airstream. It does appear that we're on a attacker favored Oregon.
Yeah, it's quite interesting considering, Thatcher and Ace are both banned. It still leaves the Thermite, obviously, but yeah, it's looking like we're having quite a few attacker rounds coming through from both sides, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another 3-3 half, or even if Airstream starts to pull these out. We will see Menk go downstairs this time, so they are changing it up a little bit. We have seen this site before, and it was, I believe, what was it? Somebody saved the day on this site. With
I think it was a bandit, and it was
somebody.
I want to say Dusty, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe it even could. It might have been actually Aerostream somebody. I don't remember. Either way, they won. I'm pretty sure they won one of their sites here. So yeah, it's this is really gonna go either way, and this is kind of an up in the air at the moment. It looks as though they're going to go for the same sort of hold into bunker, though. I do like that. It plays a lot of time,
10
and
seconds remaining.
you know it wastes a lot of utility. So
Well,
in
the
the
thing as
end,
well with it is that it's relatively safe as well. Like considering how much time you're wasting, it is very difficult to like actually
Locate
kill
and
the
defuse
person
the
playing
bomb.
in blue if they're
Defender
playing it
eliminated.
correctly. And Dio also getting those drones, getting rid of them nicely. And they're going to be joining onto blue now, as Airstream is just trying to prepare themselves to go into bunker and tower.
yeah, it looks like they're trying to go for another top clear. They know that Wizzy's up here because, well, he's getting shot at the moment, and he's getting downed and finished. Wizzy has actually gotten taken out quite a few times pretty early in the game. So that's before even 2:30 on the clock. That's a really early pick, and not a lot of time wasted for Wizzy.
Yeah, extremely effective roam clear coming out from Airstream. And Wizzy was very strong in the first half, but he's kind of fallen silent now that he's getting shut down so hard by Airstream. And that does spell trouble for Menk. Um, Now, top floor and middle floor are fully in control of the attack of Airstream. I don't think there's anybody else playing off-site unless you consider Bunker off-site, which I do not. Dio still holding on here. Does get flashed up by the Ying as he is recovered. Smoke canister going to be coming out. He's still holding on to it. He's not throwing it yet. And there's a big concussion to going to push Catharsis out of Bunker. Flashbang coming out from Avalon as he does get the kill into Dio, and that is very big because that means that now the wall is soft and available to be pushed.
A bomb has been
And getting another kill onto Popko as they are destroying and dismantling Airstream's defense, or Ment's defense, I should say. And now in sight is the attackers in Laundry. Catharsis all alone. He's going to need to do another hero play in order to take this. He does get the first kill into Dusty, but he does not get the second. Nibs takes him down, and now a match point is Airstream.
Airstream are ruining on their attacking half. They didn't do very well on their defense, obviously, with the 3-3, but man, they are really taking it to them with their attacking side, and that's the second or third in a row. And yeah, that brings them, like you said, to match point.
Yeah, as long as Airstream is able to shut down Wizzy as this early on and this effectively without losing any players, they're going to be very happy. And you actually see Wizzy going onto the Maestro because of that. So I do like this adaptation coming out. Can't be dying first if you're in sight this deep.
Yeah.
But you will be switching over to the Echo. I also am not too happy about that. I mean, it can work, but as I've said before, Echo is a
Protect your
lot
bombs
weaker
from
than it
being
used to be.
defused by attackers.
It's very true, but the one thing they don't have this time is an IQ. They brought Tricks onto the Jackal this time, so it could be effective if put in a really sneaky spot. Either way, like you said, I don't think Wizzy is going to be dying first this time. I'd be very surprised if he did.
Yeah, so like I said, I really like this because this shows acknowledgement that Wizzy hasn't been effective as he needs to be, and so he's going to switch off at the Jaeger, give it to Popko, because Popko's been popping off, no pun intended.
5 seconds to
But
go.
yeah, I really like this, and we'll have to
Attackers
see
are
if this
moving
can turn it around for them. Because as it stands, they are on match point. They're going to need to win 2 rounds in a row just to stay in this match and bring it to overtime.
And looks like Wizzy's going to have a nice angle all the way into the blue bunker from Pillar. He's got that 1.5 AVCOG, and that's going to be helping quite a lot if they can keep him at bay in Pillar. Either way, he's playing a crucial spot with that Echo. We'll have to see how he uses his drones effectively, considering it looks like they're going to be pushing from that area again. Trix is going to be he looks like he's going to be roam clearing, maybe with Dusty. I'm not quite sure where Dusty is. But yeah, he doesn't seem to be seeing any feet. Doesn't look like there's a lot of people off. There's nobody offside, actually. And so, yeah, their roam clear is for nothing at the moment. So they have full control. I just don't think they've noticed yet. Still checking every which way. And Yeah, actually, this is wasting more time than Wizzy was. So this is probably the strat they were trying to go for. Is all right. We have to bunker down sight, and we're just gonna waste time like this. Wizzy will be playing on these tower stairs. He does hear somebody on these stairs. He's got to hear it, but he will back off all the way onto pillar and resume his position on the inside of that pillar. Now we'll have to see, can Wizzy hold his ground on pillar as well as Dio inside of bunker.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, and we have Airstream pushing in blue very heavily. This is risky because if Dio is able to just hold on to bunker, this push from, ooh no, that is unfortunate. The flashbang coming out and landing Nibs actually, and the beautiful shotgun, or actually it wasn't even shotgun, it was the SMG-11 coming out from Dio. Wizzy getting killed into Dusty. This is what they needed. 5 versus 3 gets another kill, even as blinded. Actually no,
Oh no, he
Avalon doesn't
doesn't.
get the flick onto Wizzy. Wizzy missing his shots. So unfortunate. He's just off right now, but Joker gets a beautiful kill into Catharsis through the wall with a headshot. Avalon, quarter health, but he is in an advantageous position here as he has an angle onto the pillar.
Yeah, Menk looked like they had this in the bag, and then that one whiff coming from Wizzy, and it all changed around. I believe Dio might be out or locked out of sight as well. Not sure, but he's still holding his ground in here without
A bomb
any
has been
smoke
located.
canisters in his pocket.
15
So
seconds
he's
left.
just got a shotgun, an SMG, and a little bit of hope. And yeah, he's been completely
seconds.
shut off from sight,
Attackers have
but it
dropped
is
the
going to be
bomb
down, and it's all down to Tricks to try to
5
finish
seconds
this
left.
round out. Trix has been pretty good. He's gotten 13 kills, and he's got another one, but he can't find the last one. Menk hold on as Trix almost clutched out that round. Popko with the clutch in the end.
Yeah, that was a really nice crossfire that they were holding. I really liked that at the very end there. However, what can't be overstated is that Wizzy is not on right now. He needs to, I don't know, like find his ground because otherwise, I don't think if he can't be as effective as he was in the first half, I don't think that men really have that much of a chance. They need to win one more, and Wizzy will be going back to the Jaeger dip here, so maybe he thinks that he's refound his groove, but we will have to see.
Yeah, he was pretty close to getting that Nomad. Got flashed off in the end, and unfortunately got absolutely 180'd on. Uh, But yeah, it's looking like Kid's Dorm is going to be the play here for Menk,
Attackers need to
as
locate and defuse
we
as
will
many
see
bombs
this
as they can.
Blackbeard coming out from Nibs this time. I believe this is a complete prediction on where they're going to go next, and I think they said, yeah, we'll take the Blackbeard for the window play. And yeah, like you said, it's very effective on this site. There's lots of windows, lots of opportunities for Blackbeard play.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, Blackbeard is going to be very strong in the site if they can get some nice peaks and nice angles, which there are many. They're not going to be trying to go for that Goyo shield strat again because it caused a little bit of confusion, but
10
ultimately did
seconds to
not really
insertion.
achieve that much other than I don't know,
5
some like
seconds to
style
go.
points, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah, this is a much
Attackers
more
are moving out to
orthodox
locate a
hold,
bomb and
which I
defuse it.
like. Um, Ben going to be trying to hold on to this yet again.
Yeah, Catharsis is going to be playing the Echo this time, and it looks as though uh, they know a little bit of what they want to do. Nibs is he's pulling out all of the strats here just to get this last one. I like it, and we'll see if the Blackbeard eventually is effective. Tricks going back on to the G8. He's not even on IQ. He's just on the G8. So
Yeah. I mean, yeah, G8 is a primary gadget in and of itself. Although Trix is actually using the primary gadget, his scanner, in order to get the mute jammer off the wall. So he is actually being an effective IQ, not just in terms of fragging. Joker able to get the wall open, and that is for free. There's nobody actually playing there. There is one on the attic, but the Kite charge coming in just a little bit too late to stop the plant or the wall from being opened.
Attackers have located a bomb.
it will be nice to have a little bit of denial on that wall just in case they try to sprint through it. They will hear that So that's an advantage of having the cage charge there, as well as Popco's kind of in this weird spot. He can't really go anywhere, and he's taking a lot of damage from multiple angles. So yeah, that's really the only place he can put his cage charges now. But yeah, drone going through sight. There's a lot of people on the same side. Look at that. They have 5 people bunched up in dorms or attic. So this is gonna be tough. Avalon gets the first pick on a Kokono. That is the Wamai off the board. I'm pretty sure he had all of his discs out.
Bomb located by
That's
attackers.
will not matter either way. Yes, he is out of the game.
Yeah, Wizzy getting the refrag on a trick cell. That's the IQ and so many kills gone. Popco is fully blinded for quite a while, but they don't seem to know it. He does recover without any incident. The Blackbeard peeking him though does not want to give this position away. Dusty just holding this angle, and 45 seconds remaining, and the defenders of Ment only need to hold out for a little bit more. Joker going for the plant in games. Plant looks to be successful. No, it just aborted and then destroy. Oh no! So Wizzy gets the kill onto
What?
Joker, but then the C4 coming out from below onto.
Cover the diffuser.
This is bad. Now 1 versus 4, or 1 versus 3. Dio will need to clutch up. He gets stuff down, and the other player's planting, but he doesn't see the person in kids, and Nibs takes the game.
Yeah, Nibs on the Blackbeard seemed to be just what they needed for Airstream to finish out this game, and GG's all around for Airstream as they will take the game 7-5 with an amazing attacking half.
Yeah, Airstream played that beautifully. I loved every single attack round that they threw out there, and it shows because they won 7-5. Beautiful play. I mean, Menk was doing extremely well as also, but just they weren't doing enough to recover from the beautiful play that Airstream was, and I just loved almost every second of that.
Yeah, Menk had a really good attacking half, but Airstream just had a better attacking half than they did. So yeah, I think in the end it was close. It was a close game, 7-5. Uh, can only get a little bit closer than that, right? So yeah, I think all in all, some pretty good games today. We'll except for the exception, but that's whatever.
No, it is what it is. You can't do much, but yeah. So that's our matches for the night. We won't be back tomorrow, but there will be games tomorrow played tomorrow night. There will be at least 2 matches tomorrow, same time I believe, and there might be a tiebreaker if needed as well. Yes, so it just got confirmed to me. Yes, it will be the same time. So definitely tune in for that if you want some more exciting siege action. And we will see you later on, I guess. There's not much else to say, I don't think.
Well, there is one thing to say. Volgar, you did a very good job. Where can you find yourselves on all your socials?
Okay, so my Twitter is at Vulgar Praxis, and you can follow me there if you want to. Opinions are my own, of course. What about you?
Twitch channel, TreeBear4P, Twitter, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah, if you like streams, I stream every day. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Like they said before, we have 2 games to maybe 3 tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see you then.